Bear with us while we reset that. There we go. A little technical difficulty. I call to order the January 21st Buncombe County Board of Commissioners meeting. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I have a parking validation announcement. Anyone parking for this meeting or using the bus can pick up passes from the security on their way out, and it will be valid for today only. The ethics reminder to the board. In accordance with the Code of Ethics adopted by the board, all county commissioners have a duty to obey all applicable laws regarding official actions, to uphold the integrity and independence of the office, to avoid impropriety in the exercise of official duties, to faithfully perform the duties of the office, and to conduct the affairs of the governing board in an open and public manner. Is there any item on the agenda, the outcome of which may have a direct, substantial, and readily identifiable financial impact for any board member? Also, does any board member have a financial interest in any public contract coming before this board today? There being none, all board members have a duty and obligation to vote. We will move to our consent agenda. Does anyone from the public have questions or comments about any of the two items on the consent agenda? Any commissioners? Okay. We do need to temporarily amend our public comment rules for this evening to move public comment for agenda item under new business number 2 to agenda item number 2 under new business, meaning anyone here to speak on behalf of the education budget, agenda item 2 under new business, will speak at that time. And also, due to the number of folks, amending the amount of time that each public commenter here for the education budget will be allotted.
I'll make a motion to adjust the agenda as stated, as well as limit public comment for that purpose to 2 minutes.
Second?
I second.
All right. All right, Sloan made the motion, Horton seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all. And we will move on from there with our amended agenda. We do have one person signed up for the general section of public comment this evening. And let me review those rules prior to you speaking. The time limit for individual comment to the board for this section of the public comment tonight is 3 minutes. Please state your name before you begin speaking. If your time expires, you may leave any question along with your name, address, and phone number with the county manager. Board members are not expected to comment on any matters during public comment. This is your time to speak to us. The board reserves the right to deny any public address on subject previously presented to the board during the same meeting. Please note, a group can elect one person to speak for 10 minutes if 8 people in attendance relinquish their right to speak on the issue. And our public comment that is here this evening, and I'm sorry, I think it's Kathy DeBlaker. Great. Come on up to the podium, Kathy. You'll have 3 minutes to speak to us.
Good evening. My name is Kathy DeBlaker, and I'd like to thank the commissioners for serving our community. I know their responsibilities have been quadrupled during the storm. And I'm thankful that North Carolina doesn't know how to react during catastrophe of this magnitude because of our naivety for being so blessed and not having to deal with these things in the past. We've all been left to make policies and decisions on the fly and test their results while exhausted, emotional, and confused from our own losses. Prior to the storm, I started to convert a mobile home park to an RV park. After the storm, I unsuccessfully hurried to get the project through planning. With the new emergency planning guidelines, planning gave FEMA permission to use 5 of my 14 lots. I visited planning twice to be advised on how to offer the other 9 lots to disaster victims and cleanup crews. In response to my information seeking, planning accused me of trying to skirt policy and revised their decision to allow FEMA in until I improved my roads from paved 10 and 12-foot wide roads to 16-foot wide roads, and then would only allow the 5 FEMA lots and no other agencies could I assist until I was fully compliant. Fully compliant for my park would mean adding an ADA shower house and a dump station. And of course the roads that we previously mentioned. Even though I have a non-ADA compliant shower house, the RVs have their own showers and every lot has its own septic system. I moved forward with the road improvement and the weather has thus far impeded the road repairs. I asked planning if they would accept a contract from a reputable paving company to be done as soon as the weather permits, and this resulted in my not receiving FEMA units in 2 vacant lots in an adjoining compliant mobile home park. I'm sitting on 16 ready-to-go lots that could help with this crisis. And I am here tonight seeking knowledge, advice, and assistance from this committee to learn how to work with planning to help all of us recover. So, and I do have a second, if I have time. Guess not, okay. All right, I did send notes to Terry Bellamy about the second question about volunteering the county.
All right, thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak at this time, not related to education funding, that did not sign up? All right, there being none, we will move to our first public hearing this evening. And we have a public hearing to consider a rezoning application at 14 Hitching Post Lane, and Shannon Capizzelli, planner, is here to provide more information. Good evening, Shannon.
Thank you. Good evening. So this is the review of ZPH 2024-00034, the Hitching Post map amendment. This hearing was properly noticed, and all applicable parties were notified of the meeting in accordance with general statutes and county code. That included a legal ad in the local newspaper, notices mailed to property owners within 1,000 feet, a notice on the county's website, and physical postings on the site. The applicant is Barney Danzansky of Equity Development Group, LLC, and the owner is Harry and Marjorie Clay. This is a property located at 14 Hitching Post Lane. The area to be rezoned is a 10.35-acre portion of a larger tract. It's currently in residential use, served by public water and sewer system. The application is to rezone from R2 residential to CS commercial services. And you can see the current zoning map on the left side of the slide, and the proposed rezoning is on the right side. This parcel is located in an area identified by the Buncombe County Comprehensive Plan future land use map as a mixed-use neighborhood. The chart compares the dimensional standards of the zoning districts. If the rezoning request is approved, the minimum allowed lot size would decrease. The required setbacks from the property lines would increase for side setbacks, but would decrease for rear setbacks, and the maximum allowed height of structures would increase. The type of uses allowed on the property would also increase. R2 zoning is primarily a lower intensity residential district, whereas CS zoning would allow a variety of commercial uses in addition to high-density residential. Adjacent developments include single-family residential, vacant land, and apartment complexes, as you can see in the adjacent parcels here. And this rezoning request has been found to be consistent with a number of county policies and plan recommendations, such as utility availability, proximity to a transportation corridor, avoiding overlay district areas, and proximity to other commercial uses. So based on these, staff recommends approval of the rezoning request. And at their December 16th meeting, the planning board voted to recommend approval as well. Are there any questions for the board from staff?
Can you just go ahead and address, because there were several, I think you had inconsistencies as well. Can you just address why the recommendation is for approval, even though there are those?
Sure.
Elaborate on that some, please.
So it's very common to have some inconsistencies with a rezoning request. We look at a number of things. Comprehensive plan consistency is one of the factors, but we also look at neighborhood consistency, like what's currently there. We look at the type of utility availability, what kind of overlay districts are around, and if it appears that there are more consistent factors than there are inconsistent factors, we try to weigh those to make a recommendation. So in this case, we're looking at a big transportation corridor that already has commercial uses kind of developing along it, a lot more higher density residential coming into the area, and those individuals needing commercial services within closer proximity. So those are some of the factors that went into that decision.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Shannon?
And I did have a final slide with the motion options for the board.
Great. We'll go ahead and keep that up. I will open the public hearing at 5:17 p.m. We did not have anyone sign up to speak. Is there anyone here that did not sign up to speak during the public hearing? Yes. Please join us at the podium. And please state your name, and you will have 3 minutes. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Madam
Thank you for that
Chairperson.
clarification. I understand you're the attorney for the applicant.
I am the attorney for the applicant, and I dressed up for the occasion. So appreciate you listening and considering our request here. I just want to explain the request a little bit more detail, if I may. So this area is a growing mixed-use corridor with high-intensity apartments and high-intensity commercial. Before the planning board, I likened it to giving birth to my son and watching my son grow from a baby to a toddler to a teenager to an adult. He's taller than me now, and I've lived out in that area for 20 plus years, and that is a very high-intensity growing area. And in the reality of growth is that the public entities have made an investment where the state, through the Department of Transportation, has made a tremendous investment out there by widening the highway to 5 lanes. You have investment in utilities with public water and sewer that's available at the project site. Those things are guiding development to be higher intensity. You wouldn't want a smaller commercial or a smaller residential there. You want to take advantage of the investment in this area that has been made. And just to give you an understanding, if you haven't been out there, as was stated earlier, there are a lot of high-intensity apartments that have developed. There's at least 3 within a stone's throw of this project site. and you have the higher intensity apartments going out west. And then to the east, as you move towards Asheville, you have a lot of larger retail establishments. You have the Ingalls that's within a quarter of a mile. You have a strip center that's very large. You have an old grocery store that was converted into a self-storage facility. You have a lot going out there in terms of commercial development. On the city side of the line, which is roughly about half a mile to a mile down the road, the property is zoned highway business on the city side of the line. On the county side of the line, a lot of it is commercial service. So within close proximity to this location, you have commercial services zoning. This is a very flat, developable piece of property, which is where you want your higher intensity uses. You don't want steep slopes. You would prefer to avoid farmland. Within a quarter of a mile of this property, as you go further west, all the zoning is open use, which means there's a lot of things that could go into open use. So it is a better, I think from a planning standpoint, to encourage your higher intensity zonings away from open use to an area like this, where you have high intensity apartments, you have commercial use, so you can preserve the farmland as you drive down the highway instead of encouraging all your commercial to go out in that direction. So at the end of the day, this project, I think, is a perfect fit for commercial service, and we respectfully ask for your approval tonight. And I do have a lot of exhibits in case there was any questions about, what is the apartment sizes around us, what are the commercial sizes around us. If you have any other questions, I do have handouts, but I won't bore you with them unless you have questions.
Thank you. Don't see any further questions. Is there anyone else here to speak on the public hearing? If not, I will close the public hearing at 5:21.
You need a motion.
I need a motion, and can we pull back the slide with the two?
Got it.
You've got it.
on.
It's right there. All
I
right.
move that we approve the rezoning of this property at 14 Hitching Post Lane as it is consistent with the Buncombe County 2043 Comprehensive Plan.
Motion made by Commissioner Whiteside, seconded by Commissioner Wells. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Thank you. We have a second public hearing this evening to consider a request for additional funds from the North Carolina Recovery Housing Program. And Victoria Reichert, our behavioral health manager, is here to provide more information. Good evening, Victoria.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. I am here today to bring forth a request to hold a public hearing and to approve a resolution that would allow us to seek additional funds from NC Commerce. Earlier this year, in partnership with Land of Sky Regional Council, the county submitted an application to NC Commerce for the Community Development Block Grant Recovery Housing Program for $1 million to support Asheville Buncombe Community Christian Ministries in expanding Transformation Village by constructing a 4-story, 64-unit building with 32 units dedicated to women and mothers with children in recovery from substance use. The original budget for this project was around $5 million, and ABCCM has been working on applying and raising additional funds to bring this project to life. Since Hurricane Helene hit Western North Carolina, and as you all are aware, there are greater needs and demand for resources to rebuild lost infrastructure. In light of this additional need in our community, we have an opportunity to request additional funds for an expansion project already supported by the CDBG Recovery Housing Program in the amount of $2.8 million. These additional funds, along with private pledges and another pending grant that ABCCM has applied for, will bring this project to full funding and allow construction to begin as early as possible. This will also free up resources and efforts to support in the rebuilding. And so I ask that you all hold a public hearing to gather any community input regarding the request for additional funds, and that you all consider approving the resolution so that we may ask NC Commerce for an additional $2.8 million. Any questions?
Does anyone have questions for Victoria? If not, we will open the public hearing at 5:24. We didn't have anyone sign up to speak, so I will confirm there's no one in the audience who wishes to speak on behalf of this issue. With none, we will close the public hearing at 5:24 p.m. And we did have a slide with the motion. Did we?
Can do it without. If
Okay.
That's okay.
Perfect. Do we have a motion?
Happy to move in favor of the resolution to request additional funds from the CDBG Recovery Housing Program.
Great. Motion made by Commissioner Rohr,
Second.
second by Wells. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Victoria.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are moving into our first new business item, which is our external audit contract amendment and our FY 2024 audit report. And Melissa Moore, the finance director, is with us this evening. And she will also introduce our external auditors as well. Are they? Yeah. Great. Thanks, Melissa.
Good evening. So this agenda item accomplishes two things in a single vote. One, it will amend the current contract with our external audit firm, as well as after the presentation from our audit firm to accept the audit as presented. The contract amendments to approve for this evening will do two things. One, increase the funding for the contract by $23,000 to include 3 additional major programs that are required by state and federal requirements to be compliant with our single audit for grant funding, to have a new final contract amount of $215,000. The second part of the contract amendment would also extend the timeline to have the audit completed from November 30th to the end of January, or January 31st. The delay, of course, is due to the disruption from Hurricane Helene. So are there any questions about the items for the contract amendment for the external contract? So if there's no questions about that, I'd like to introduce our external audit partner, Tim Lyons. He is the managing partner from Maldine and Jenkins. State law requires that annual financial audit be performed by qualified external auditors. The county selected Maldine and Jenkins through a competitive process in 2023. The FY 24 audit is the second year for our external auditors to audit the county. So Tim Lyons is on joining remotely, so he is here this evening. Tim, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Melissa. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Are y'all going to share the slides or my presentation, or do we need to do that, or do you all want me to do it? I'm showing right now on the Zoom that the host has disabled screen sharing. So if you all have the presentation in front of you, I can just speak to it versus trying to do the IT jump rope here. Just let me know what y'all would like me to do.
Tim, we have the slides in front of us. Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, I'll just go ahead and get started then, and kind of flipping past that first cover page to the slide that says agenda at the top. Just want to take a few minutes here to go over the results of the audit. So gonna kind of reintroduce M&J and the county's engagement team to you all. Have a brief overview of the audit opinion as well as the compliance reports that we issue. Then I've got a section on required communications, which, these required communications are things that the audit standards require me to communicate to you all in writing. I've done that by providing these slides and this information, so I'm not going to read every single one of them, but kind of go over the highlights of the ones that I think are important enough for the board, those charged with governance, to hear from the external auditor. A couple of slides on general fund balance and some financial trends, and then accounting recommendations and other matters as well. Of course, I've got a slide at the end for questions, but certainly as I'm going, if anybody has any questions, feel free to stop me. And And with that, we'll kind of get going. On that next slide that has a little bit of information about Malden and Jenkins, really just want to focus on the engagement team. Appreciate the introduction from Melissa. Just by way of reminder, my name is Tim Lyons. I've served as the county's engagement partner for the last 2 years. And I appreciate the flexibility, as I told the audit committee earlier today, I appreciate the flexibility in allowing me to join you all remotely tonight. I decided to start off 2025 by rupturing my left Achilles tendon playing tennis with my wife a few weeks ago. So not exactly how I expected the year to start, but I appreciate the flexibility from you all and the ability to join remotely while I sort of recover from a sports injury and having to admit that I'm much older than I want to believe. But this is my second year serving as the county's engagement partner. Kayla O'Sullivan on the right-hand side of the slide there, she's the engagement manager. She's kind of our day-to-day running the audit, kind of in charge of overseeing our staff and checking in on everybody, making sure that we're doing what we need to do and staying on timeline and all that kind of stuff. And then that person in the middle, the engagement quality control reviewer, Brian Nicholson, that's a really important part of our audit process here at Malden and Jenkins. As you can see from the information on the slide, serving governments is a big part of what we do. It's not something that we just do during not tax season. It's not something we do when we're just filling in around commercial audit engagements. Myself and our entire governmental practice, serving governments all year is what we do. And so we take our responsibilities in serving the public sector very seriously. And so each of our governmental audits, just because of all that goes into it, the size of the ACFR that the county produces, all of the compliance testing that we have to do. We have a completely independent quality control reviewer that reviews the engagement to make sure that I have done everything that I need to do, that my engagement manager has done everything she needs to do, that we've dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's. And this year that was done by Brian Nicholson in my office. We rotate that reviewer each year. So it's kind of a different set of eyes within our governmental practice looking at the county's audit and audit file. So that was your engagement team this year during the conduct of the county's audit. The next slide that starts off with audit opinion at the top, this is kind of the summary of the audit. We were engaged to audit the county's financial statements. The financial statements are the responsibility of the county's management. The county's management prepares the financial statements, and our responsibility is to audit them and to express an opinion on them. We issued an unmodified or clean opinion on the county's financial statements. There's no higher or better opinion that you can get. What that means in layman's terms is that when you look at the county's financial statements, the numbers that are in there are considered to present fairly in all material respects the county's financial position and its results of operations and cash flows for the fiscal year ended June the 30th of 2024. There's the last sentence of this slide, normally is sort of a kind of a throwaway, if you will, but our responsibility does not extend beyond financial information contained in our report. Our responsibility does not extend additionally beyond the financial statement date. Typically, governments will have subsequent events disclosed in their financial statements, just informing the readers of significant things that have happened since year end before the financial statements were issued. A lot of times it's things like the issuance of debt or maybe the sale of a significant asset or the acquisition of a significant asset. This year, the county's financial statements does include a subsequent event with regard to Hurricane Helene. And that did impact our audit procedures this year because we did want to make sure that there was not any additional information or adjustments that were needed in the county's financial statements with regard to capital assets, infrastructure assets, other things that would have been impacted by the storm. So we did a fair amount of testing around those things to make sure that the numbers in the statements as of June the 30th were not impacted by things that happened after year end before the issuance of our report. So I say that just by way of information to you all tonight. The next slide that says compliance report at the top, this is our kind of our single audit procedures. This is the reason for the audit contract amendment, which I'll explain a little bit more in the beginning or in a second on the next slide, excuse me. In this report, we issue this yellow book report. This yellow book report is issued in accordance with government auditing standards. And in this report, what we're doing is we're looking at the county's internal control over financial reporting during the audit process. We are also looking at the county's compliance with laws, regulations, contracts, and grant agreements that could have a material effect on the financial statement. In evaluating those things, we are required to evaluate the county's internal control assess the design of it, verify that it has been implemented, but we are not testing internal controls for the purpose of rendering an opinion on the effectiveness of internal controls. So a key distinction there, we had one finding as with regard to internal controls over financial reporting this year, which, as I explained to the audit committee this morning, saying that there was a material weakness in internal controls over financial reporting sounds kind of big and scary. And really what it boiled down to was we had to make a material adjustment to numbers that were reported in the county's prior year ACFR. And the vast majority of this adjustment was related to how the county, as well as many, many other counties in North Carolina, accounted for the opioid settlement funds and some previous guidance that may have been issued about how to account for this. So really, at the end of the day, this does not represent any sort of a systemic issue. This is not something that we are concerned about going forward. We think that there's finally been some clarity as to how governments are supposed to account for these funds, and we don't expect this issue to be a problem going forward. On this slide that you're looking at right here that says single audit reports, the last two reports that we issue have to do with the single audit, which are the grant compliance audits that we do in accordance with the federal uniform guidance in the North Carolina State Single Audit Implementation Act. This year, we had 8 major programs, as Melissa mentioned a few minutes ago. In order to determine what programs we have to audit, we go through a risk-based major program determination process that is in accordance with what is laid out in the federal regulations as well as the state of North Carolina's regulations. The issue, or what we've been running into the last couple of years, is the presence of all of the COVID-19 response funding that is still there. Specific to the county, the second and third bullets on this slide, the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, are commonly known as ARPA money. And then the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. There was an expectation from many folks in the audit community that the federal government was going to remove the high-risk designation from these COVID-19 funded programs, like they did on the education side with school districts and higher education. They removed the high-risk designation from some of the funding that higher ed and local school districts got. There was an expectation they were going to do the same with the ARPA program and ERAP, and they turned out that that was not the case. They required those programs to continue to be audited as major programs, even though they've been looked at several times over the last few years and haven't had any issues specific to Buncombe County. So the fact that they continue to require those to be audited as major is one of the reasons why we've had additional single audits the last couple of years. Additionally, the state of North Carolina, the threshold that we have to look at is only $500,000 when it comes to state-funded programs. Back in 2014, the federal government changed their threshold from $500,000 to $750,000. And recently, the federal government has changed that threshold again from $750,000 to $1 million, which will go into effect for the June 30, 2026 audit of the county. The state has not changed their threshold. They've left it at $500,000, although there is some hope and expectation from the audit community that they're going to increase that threshold for the June 30, 2026 audit in conjunction with the increase from the federal side. So I say all of that to say that the hope and expectation is that we are going to have fewer single audits going forward, and therefore should not have to come back with these audit contract amendments. Starting on the next slide is our required communications. As I mentioned before, these are the things that the audit standards require that I communicate to you all in writing. I'm going to touch on a couple of these real quick because I think they're important for those charged with governance to hear from the external auditor. The first bullet here about significant accounting policies. I mean, I think it's very easy to get caught up in just looking at the numbers that are in the financial statements and not realizing that there's a lot of work that goes in both on the county side and on our side to evaluate the accounting policies and the assumptions used by the county to come up with their financial statements. As it says in that last bullet of that section, and considering the qualitative aspects of these policies, the county is not involved in any controversial or emerging issues for which guidance is not available. The accounting policies and estimates used by the county in creating their financial statements are very consistent and uniform with what we see with local governments across North Carolina. Additionally, the last couple of years, we've had some pretty significant accounting standards that have created some new items in the financial statements. With the lease standard, with the subscription-based IT arrangement standards, Savitas. We've had a lot of new items showing up this year. The standard we had to implement this year, GASB 103, was a new standard, but did not change or introduce any new elements to be recognized in the financial statements. All GASB 103 really did was just change how some things are presented. So it's more of a presentation and classification issue. There's no new items in the financial statements as a result of GASB 103. On the next slide, the first bullet there that says relationship with management, I always think it's important for the board to hear from the external auditor that we had a very positive working relationship with management of the county throughout the conduct of the audit. We had 8 major programs. There was a major hurricane that happened. The audit was going on kind of in the middle of all of this. We have to ask for access to a lot of people and a lot of information, to say nothing of the efforts of the county finance staff to keep things going as best they could in the wake of what happened after Hurricane Helene. And so we just really appreciate the efforts of the county to get this audit done as quickly as they have. We have several other clients in North Carolina whose audits are not completed yet, who were impacted much, much less by the storm. And so just really want to say we appreciate all of the efforts of Melissa and her team in getting us everything we needed to complete the county's audit for fiscal year 2024. And then last but not least, on the next slide, the bullet that says auditor independence. I think it's important to point out that we meet all of the requirements, not only of our AIPPA professional standards, but also in accordance with government auditing standards, which even imposes some stricter requirements on what we can and cannot do for an external audit client like Buncombe County. I've got 2 slides for you all with regard to the general fund's financial trends. This first one here is kind of a snapshot of the general fund's fund balance. I think it's easy sometimes to think about fund balance as being what's available for spending. Sometimes I think I've heard people talk about how it's what's in cash at year end. And really what this slide focuses on is what does our fund balance look like? And from an overall perspective, when you compare our fund balance to our general fund expenditures for the year, how does what's in fund balance this year compare to what's been in there for the last 4 years? And this overall percentage of just above 25% is what's in general fund balance as a percentage of overall general fund expenditures is a key ratio, one that the state LGC looks at, and one that the GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association, has lots of kind of recommendations and best practices on. So overall, total general fund balance is in line, certainly is in excess of state minimum requirements of kind of 1 month of expenditures, but is also kind of right in line with what GFOA would recommend us from a best practice standpoint. When you dig in a little bit on the details, though, I do think there's a couple things that kind of stand out. That green area there, that restricted for state stabilization, this is a calculation that the state of North Carolina requires all counties and municipalities to go through when they produce their annual financial statements. Essentially what this calculation does is it looks at what your year-end fund balance is and then sort of sets aside as not available for appropriation that portion of fund balance that is not in cash or not in unrestricted cash or investments. So this portion of fund balance is essentially the portion of fund balance that is in your receivables, money that we're going to be collecting after year end, those types of things. That number is pretty consistent with where it has been over the last couple of years, a little bit of an increase from 23 to 24, but from 7% to 9% since 21. And so kind of what we're seeing, and this is consistent when you look at the general fund for Buncombe County over the last 4 years, you're seeing that unrestricted cash and investments number come down a little bit. And that's consistent with the fact that the last 2 years we've had decreases in the general fund balance. The unassigned fund balance, the blue section, that is what is available for the county's spending at its discretion. It's the unrestricted, unassigned funds that are available to be spent on future projects and initiatives and what have you. And that's where you're really seeing over the last few years where that portion of the county's fund balance has trickled down as we have spent fund balance over the last couple of years. And those things have been budgeted for. The county's budgets has reflected an appropriation of existing fund balance, but we're starting to see that show up in the numbers now. So just some things to pay attention as the county continues to move forward, and certainly as the county continues to evaluate the impact of the storm from this past fall. On the next slide, the general fund financial trends slide, the county is one of a group of counties in North Carolina that will go through a revaluation this coming year with regard to its property taxes. And so I figured it'd be useful to look at kind of a comparison of these, of the county's ad valorem revenues compared to its overall total general fund revenues. The last couple of years, especially after COVID, we've seen a lot of changes happening with property valuations and those types of things. And I think what this chart shows is that even with those changes in property valuations, Buncombe County has been responsive with its tax rates, and as the percentage of general fund revenues that are comprised of ad valorem revenues has remained relatively consistent over the last 5 years. So no big no big trends or shifts or kind of unexpected fluctuations that we've seen in looking at the county's ad valorem taxes, especially when you compare it to the total revenues in the county's general fund for fiscal year 24 as compared to the last 5 years. The last couple of slides that I have here, the one that says accounting recommendations and related matters, and then there's another slide after that on our advisory operations and offerings and our continuing education. I'm just going to submit these to you all as education. I know you have a busy agenda tonight. I will just kind of point out on the last slide, the free quarterly continuing education. We do offer this to all of our governmental clients. And certainly, if there is anybody on the Board of Commissioners who has an interest in attending any of these classes, they do tend to focus on technical accounting matters, but there are certain ones on HR and risk management and budgeting. And so if there's any of you all who are interested in being on there, if you'll get your information to Melissa or to Mason Scott, I can make sure that it's added to our distribution list. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions from the Board of Commissioners. Excuse me.
Thank you, Tim. Does anyone have any questions?
I do have one. Tim, you, under the finding, you did go over the opioid settlement part and explain that, and I may have missed something there. The second part of that, the omission of 2 contracts, can you just elaborate on that part of the finding, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I think that portion of the finding, I think, is best described as because we had already opened the door, essentially, to restating beginning net position and adjusting beginning balances in the ACFR for this year. These 2 items relate to leases. It's a 1 lease and 2 subscription-based IT arrangements, or SABITAs, that at the end of the day, if these 2 items if these were the only items that we had that impacted the prior year, we probably would have passed on having a prior period adjustment to these items and just run them through the current year because they're really not material to the county's financial statements. But at the end of the day, because we were already having to restate things for the opioid settlement funds, county management decided to go ahead and just fix them in the right period. But essentially, they were just contracts that met the definitions of these accounting standards, GASB 87 for leases and GASB 96 for SABITAs, respectively. And I know that in talking with finance, there's been some additional steps that have been put in to make sure that these agreements are getting routed to finance so that they're caught on the front end. But again, the numbers we're talking about in this bullet point are pretty insignificant to the overall total assets, total liabilities of Buncombe County. And had we not already had to open up the prior year to fix these opioid settlement funds, we probably would have just run these through the current year.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Commissioner Whitesides.
Yeah. I would like to point out that Amanda and I are members of the audit committee, and we met at 9 this morning, and we moved the audit forward to the commission with unanimous approval from the audit committee.
Well, thank you both for your diligence on that, and it's extremely important, and I know a lot of times it's overlooked, but I appreciate coming back with a clean audit and for y'all's diligence in reviewing.
Let's also acknowledge Commissioner Wells was the one serving on the audit committee at the time of this audit. I just started today, so thank you for that as well, Terry. If there are no further questions, do we have a motion to approve the amended fiscal year 2024 external audit contract and accept the audit as presented? Yes, Commissioner Horton.
Slide number 3, I think it said there was a significant deficiency. What was that?
Can we go back to slide 3?
Which slide was that?
Yeah, I apologize for that. It's the one that says compliance report and audit scopes and procedures. I apologize that I missed that during my presentation,
Thank you.
Commissioner. Essentially, these two findings related to the single audit procedures that we did. The significant deficiency, which is the one that is less severe, it relates to just discrepancies that exist when employees that are working on several different programs that are funded by North Carolina HHS, so Medicaid, TANF, WIC. There's a lot of other programs that are going on there. They're required to keep in their time. They're required to keep track of the time that they are charging to these programs for these administrative costs that are then reimbursed to the county from the state. Unfortunately, what we see at a lot of our county governments in North Carolina is that the systems that county governments use from an HR payroll timekeeping standpoint don't always match up nicely with the state requirements for the intervals they have to keep track of their time. And so we constantly have these little differences between time that was charged to the program and reimbursed to the county and what the actual time was in these timesheets that they have to keep. The impacts, I mean, we're talking minutes of time that are off. Unfortunately, the state doesn't give us a lot of flexibility on how to report this. And so we consider it to be a significant deficiency because honestly, it's not that big of a deal, but we're required to report these items as exceptions when we're doing our testing. And so, the net impact of this is not that the county is either overdrawing money from the state or is underdrawing money from the state. It's just that there's just a discrepancy in employee X in our sample said that they had 12 minutes for this program on their day sheet, and the actual time report showed that they had 14 minutes or something like that. So this is a common issue. We have a member of our team that's on the audit committee for the state through the NCACPA, and we've made some recommendations that we hope will be considered in the new state compliance supplement for next year to kind of give us a way to handle these things that when they give us a kind of a bright red line and say, if it's not right, it's wrong. It's like, okay, well, we would prefer to have a little bit of leeway to describe to consider how wrong it is and whether it rises to the level of being a reportable condition. So that's the first item that's a significant deficiency. The second item that's a material weakness was a little bit of a bigger issue, but this is in the Temporary Assistance in Needy Families, or TANF program. There is a requirement from the state that 25% of the cases that come through each month need to be looked at to make sure that the intake information, everything that kind of gets processed with the case coming in, a second party review, as they're called, is done to make sure that the information was done correctly. If there were exceptions noted during the case review, that those were handled properly and all that kind of stuff. There's a requirement that 25% of the cases are looked at for this second party review. Of the 12 months we looked at during the fiscal year, I think only 3 of the months were we even close to getting to that 25% threshold. So we did have an issue there where we weren't doing the required number of second party reviews. We've talked with county management. We know that they've put in some new procedures so far in 2025. They're developing a comprehensive plan to make sure that this doesn't kind of slip through the cracks in the future. But that was the other finding we had in the single audit. And of course, because it was a material weakness with that program, we will have to audit that program again this coming fiscal year. So we will look at this during the upcoming audit to make sure that what the county management has told us they've put into place there has in fact been put into place and has addressed the problem.
Thank you so much for the explanation.
Are there any additional questions?
Madam Chair, I just want to use a moment here on slide 10 regarding the general fund and fund balance. I think it's slide 10. I'm hoping our independent auditor could simply explain for everybody listening kind of a layman's definition of each of those categories of fund balance. If that question makes sense, I hope.
Sure. It does. No, it does. So let's start with fund balance is what's left over in any governmental fund, but we'll we'll speak specifically about the general fund. Fund balance is kind of what's left over after we look at our assets, which is cash and receivables and other items where we're going to collect these items or they're going to be converted into cash at some point after year end, minus our liabilities. So we've got accounts payable, we've got invoices that came in that we've got to pay after year, we've got accrued payroll, accrued benefits, accrued expenses, those types of things where we're paying employees after year end, but it's for work that they did or services provided to the county before June the 30th. And so those are our liabilities. We take those total assets minus liabilities, what's left over is fund balance. And within fund balance, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board requires us to report fund balance in a hierarchy. And so what we see on this slide, or kind of what the hierarchy is, the restricted is the most restrictive category of fund balance. This means that you have fund balance at year end, again, that assets minus liabilities, so what's left over. Of what's left over, when fund balance is restricted, that means that an external third party has placed a restriction on how those funds can be spent. And so in the county's case, there's just a little bit of fund balance that is in that restricted for other reasons. But typically what we see is that's, grant funds that have been provided to us, or if we have some sort of a contribution or some sort of a state revenue stream that is required to be spent on a specific program or a specific initiative, that means we can't just take it and do whatever we want with it. So that fund balance is restricted. The green box is also restricted. That's that restricted for state stabilization calculation that the state of North Carolina requires all governments in the state to do, where it requires you to set aside the fund balance that's not in cash or investments to say, hey, this is your non-cash, non-investment fund balances. You cannot appropriate this as a part of your budget for next year. So we're putting that aside as well. So after restricted, where we have external third parties that have placed restrictions on how that can be spent, the next category is committed. And committed is internal to us, where the county has said, we are going to set aside resources for specific purposes. And when it comes to committed, the commitment has to be done by the highest level of decision-making authority. So essentially a commitment would have to be done by the Board of Commissioners. It kind of operates the same way as a restriction. It's just that we're doing it to ourselves versus having somebody external to us telling us what we can and cannot do with these funds, with what's in fund balance. The county, the committed fund balance has really decreased over the last few years. We've seen a lot of governments with a lot of money that came in through COVID-19 pandemic recovery, where we had excess funds. We wanted to set those aside to use for specific reasons. So the county does not have much committed fund balance at June the 30th, 2024. The second to last category, kind of going down that hierarchy of the most restrictive to the least restrictive, assigned is the next category. And assigned is where, again, we have decided to place a designation ourselves on how these funds are going to be used, but it's less serious, if you will, than a commitment, because the assignment is done by management. It's not necessarily done by the board, it's done by management. And assignments can reflect anything from budget initiatives to projects we know we have coming up or what have you. In the current fiscal year, the largest amount of fund balance that is reported as assigned in the Counties Act for this year is what has been appropriated in the fiscal year 25 budget. So when the county adopted its budget for fiscal year 2025, there was a certain amount of fund balance that was appropriated in that budget that said, hey, we're going to spend this next year. That amount is reported as assigned fund balance. So again, that's a restriction. I hate to use that word, but that's kind of a restriction that we're placing on those funds, but we're doing it to ourselves, and it's management doing it, not even the board. And then unassigned is kind of what's left. It's what's available for spending and use at our discretion. And there's no strings attached, if you will, to that money.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm curious if this is an appropriate question to ask now, but if looking at the reserves and the declining amount of unassigned funding, if there's any thoughts on how that impacts our borrowing ability, our bond rates, and kind of what we would traditionally see compared to other counties, and what's responsible to have in that blue column.
Yeah, so that's a great question, and one that is incredibly difficult for me to answer. When it comes to bond rating stuff, I mean, there are so many things that that the bond rating agencies look at that are both financial, just strictly based on the financial statements. Then beyond that, I mean, the county does a great job with their ACFR, and so they've got that statistical section in the back, and so there's a lot of trend information they're going to look at. So certainly nothing about the county's financial position at June the 30th, 2024. There's no alarm bells going off or anything like that. So nothing that would cause me or necessarily would cause anybody on the board to have a lot of heartburn about kind of where we are at June 30th, 2024. This is more just, hey, information. This is kind of what's been going on, something to keep an eye on. GFOA has kind of best practice recommendations. Their recommendations look at total fund balance. They don't really get into the specifics of what, of total fund balance, how much should be in assigned versus other categories. The best practice that you typically hear is you should have 3 to 4 months of expenditures, of your general fund expenditures in this case. You should have 3 to 4 months in fund balance. So, kind of anywhere between 25 and 30-ish%, which is kind of where the county is. So kind of from an overall perspective, I don't think there's anything about this that, like I said, should, have alarm bells going off. This is more just trend information, something to watch, going forward, as we've seen the last couple of years. And I know, just, kind of in reviewing minutes to meetings and keeping up with what's been going on since the storm. I know we've got some significant changes in some of our revenue streams right now because of everything that happened. Just things to keep in mind going forward through the rest of this fiscal year and the budget process.
And Tim, correct me if I'm wrong. When we look at the bond Standard and Poor's and all of them, if we're going to keep our AAA bond rating, it's important that we remember one thing. We can't let that fund balance go below 15%. Correct me if I'm wrong, Melissa.
That's correct. When you're
Okay.
looking at our fund balance, one key is to maintain our own finance policies, which state that we have to have an available fund balance minimum of 15%. The other criteria for AAA, to maintain AAA rating criteria, is to maintain the 15% for the available.
And what happens if we drop below that, especially now is not the time we want to do that, because that affects what we'll probably have to do, our short-term financing. And that can be a big difference here in rates dealing with the financial institution. And I can tell you that from being on the other side.
Yeah, no, that's critical right now as we need to borrow and spend. I've heard recently that we've been moved to a negative or a watch list.
Yes.
Could you explain a little bit about what that means for the county right now and how we need to be careful with that bond rating?
Sure. So in October, Standard & Poor's, one of our, the credit rating agencies that rates the county's bonds, put all of Western North Carolina local governments under a credit watch. Within so many days of stating that, they have to go back to credit committee. Just recently, they went to credit committee, re-rated. They upheld our AAA rating, but with a negative outlook. That means long-term, they have some doubts on the stability for our financial recovery.
And Melissa, can you speak a little bit more to that and why that bond rating is so important, particularly as we look at, projects that we fund and that we borrow against? And I'll just leave that there.
Right. So your rating is similar to when you go to get a mortgage. It's your credit report, right? So a AAA rating allows us to access the bond market at the lowest cost of capital, which means the amount of interest that we have to pay to leverage those bond dollars to fund our capital program. We're at the lowest rate that a government entity would be able to access. So when we go to issue bonds, we're able to save money compared to someone that is at a lower credit rating. Should we be downgraded, you would have, I don't know, just estimating maybe about 20 basis points, which would be 0.2% of probably kind of expecting that to 0.25% additional, which means that that's the interest rate that you would pay on the 20 years that you have to pay off those bonds. So protecting your credit rating helps to save your community money when you go to invest in the infrastructure and the capital projects for your community. Also, protecting your rating is important because it's not just a one-year turnaround. Like, you can get the report, focus on some of those metrics, and get it back up. It takes years to recover and to be able to get upgraded again.
And so that, to be clear, it sounds like we are a bit under a microscope right now, given that negative outlook, and that impacts, that borrowing ability impacts everything from parks, open space, schools, affordable housing, our ability to maintain facilities and operations, and we are currently sitting below our 15% policy goal. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Any additional questions?
Before
Yes,
you
Melissa.
vote, I would like to just give my team some credit with their audit timeline interrupted by the devastation of the storm. I'd like to thank them and applaud them for their professionalism to bring this audit to a completion.
I do have one question. When do we get another bond rating? Like, when is that yearly? You may have said it and I missed it.
So there's a couple of different times you get re-rated.
Okay.
Some of it is for bonds that you've already issued. They took our credit to committee to re-rate. You can get rated again for when you issue new bonds. We will be going to market at some point to refund or refinance, if you will, some bonds that we had issued previously that are eligible to take advantage of lower interest rates. All of our rating agencies will re-rate us at that point.
Okay, so it's
So
not.
it's a couple of different scenarios on what would bring about a new rating.
Thank you.
Melissa, I think this is the most we've had you talk since interviewing you a while back. I am curious because in the couple of years I've been on commission, I've seen how long it takes us to properly invest in some of our infrastructure, our long-term projects. This isn't a 1 or 2 year kind of investment when we're talking about the parks projects that Drew's mentioning. We're 5, 20-year terms sometimes for what we're doing, long-term projects. Can you share with me, just so I can figure out in my head what the difference would be between a AAA and a AA rating as far as interest rate? Are we looking at a difference of 0.25%, or is this like a difference between 3 and 7%? Because those numbers, that's millions of dollars for the level of investment that we do.
Right. Typically, one notch of a downgrade would be about 0.2%, 20 basis points. So anywhere from 0.2 to 0.25, so 0.25%. It really just depends on what the markets do. And it also determines on how much you're downgraded. So you don't necessarily just get one notch below. There's several things. It's not just fund balance that was stated as an area that we should watch. The loss to our tax base. That's another area, something that is out of our control, but it's something also that those credit rating analysts are looking very closely at.
And that tax base is largely impacted by the fact that we know we just had Helene. A lot of people were devastated by that. It's not just theoretical taxes, but who we're actually collecting those taxes from that the credit agency is watching.
Correct. It's that measurement. And because when you issue bonds, if it's a GO bond that went to the voters, your pledge and faith to back up and to secure that is your taxing authority.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions? This has been a good discussion. I think we've learned a lot. Do we have a motion to approve the amended fiscal year 2024 external audit contract and accept the audit as presented?
So
So-
moved.
Second.
Wells motion, Whiteside second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Melissa, and to your team. We really appreciate it. And thank you to our firm.
Yeah, again, just want to say appreciate y'all being flexible and letting me do this over Zoom. So I hope the rest of your meeting goes well. And if y'all need anything from us, please let us know.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Tim. All right, we are moving into our second agenda item under new business, which is a budget amendment to consider education appropriation reductions based on prevailing economic conditions. And is John going to get us started to review the statute, or are we going to ask for a presentation first?
He can, but we do have our school partners with us tonight, so I'll go ahead and ask Dr. Jackson and Dr. Furman. I think Dr. Furman just wants to talk, if I were
Okay.
her in her chair. So we
Alright.
can ask Asheville City Schools to go first, and then
Thank
we'll
you.
turn it to Dr. Jackson.
Thank you, Avril. All right, we have Dr. Maggie Furman and Sarah Thornburg from Asheville City Schools. Thank you all for joining us.
Good evening, Commissioners, Madam Chair. I join you as the Chair of the Asheville City School Board, and we appreciate the opportunity to share just a few extra things for you for your consideration tonight. I just have 4 things. We ask for confirmation and an acknowledgement that if the county's projected revenue loss is less than predicted for the current budget year, or if recovery funds are later received into the county's general fund, that the county will reimburse both school districts directly for funds being reduced today. Like you, our current year budget was voted on last summer with revenue and expense decisions made in reliance on the county's appropriation. Unlike you, we don't have the flexibility in the middle of a school year to find savings with hiring freezes and salary caps. And unlike you, we'll likely use our savings to cover this shortfall. And so we just feel it's fair and appropriate for that if your budget does not need the full 4% that we're giving back, that you could return those unneeded dollars to us as budgeted originally. Second, we ask that when the county staff is looking for other places to reduce general fund expenses by 4%, that it not cut programs which support our schools, such as school nurses and early childhood education programs. Such cuts would be in addition to the 4% reduction, which creates an even greater disproportionate burden on our school districts. Third, we ask that later this spring, you approve Asheville City Schools returning to the 12-cent supplemental tax rate for the 25-26 school year. Following the COVID pandemic, the Buncombe County Commissioners lowered the rate to 10.62%, and we understand that you continue to balance competing interests when considering the assessment of property taxes. But please remember that in 1935, in the midst of the Great Depression, voters approved this supplemental tax. That's 90 years of taxpayer support for this supplemental tax. You will likely hear from teachers and other residents in support of the 12-cent tax rate, and the Asheville City School Board joins that chorus, and we ask that you please return us to a 12-cent tax rate. Last, please know that Buncombe County Schools and Asheville City Schools are committed to collaboration with each other, and we ask the county commissioners continue to collaborate with us as well, sharing information as early and often as possible, and joining in conversations to find better solutions to the challenges faced by our school districts. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairwoman Edwards, Commissioners, and County Manager Pinder. We appreciate having this opportunity to share more insight into this recommended 4% cut and how it will likely impact Asheville City Schools. The core business of Asheville City Schools is to prepare each of our children in our school district to graduate with the skills, knowledge, and character so that they can achieve their dreams and make the world a better place. We begin this work in Asheville City Schools with our 3 promises: building a sense of belonging with our staff, students, and families, confirming our commitment to engaging our students in challenging, relevant content and instruction that is on grade level or above. And we don't waste any time in Asheville City Schools. We make every second count. Typically, we have about 180 days to work with our students. And unfortunately, this year, we're significantly going to be less than that due to Helene However, we're doubling our efforts to make sure that every single moment we have with our students is a meaningful moment. Last year, we began preparing our FY25 budget. We prioritized aligning our resources to our 3 promises, which included Asheville City Schools going through a systematic equity transformation so that we can finally realize equitable outcomes for our Black students. To do this, we knew we needed to invest in our staff at every level. We set ambitious goals, we focused on closing the achievement gap, building collective efficacy, and directly aligning our district and school work plans to achieving our goals. As we set these ambitious goals to improve student proficiency, we were bold and we specifically named the achievement gap as our main focus and directly invested in research-based strategies that have been proven successful in closing the achievement gap. Our board also adopted a theory of action to provide a clearly defined accountability measure across the district at every level. And we did this all while we had already made significant budget reductions for fiscal year 2025. As painful as it was, we closed an entire school. We drafted and implemented the first phase of a staffing allotment plan that is based on student enrollment. We cut all operating departments by 15 operational budgets by 10%. We reorganized our central office to better support our schools, and it was refreshing to hear that affirmation from Prismatic in recognizing that our central office is not overstaffed. Our top-level executives even forewent their 3% state salary increase so that we could put as much of our resources as possible towards our student-facing positions. Now, just like Buncombe County, Asheville City Schools is in the service industry, and similarly, the largest percent of our budget is dedicated to pay salaries and benefits to our dedicated staff, the majority of which work directly with our students each and every day. While Buncombe County has over 80 positions that can go unfilled, we do not have unfilled positions, so that's not available. A hiring freeze is not available to us at this time. Even while we made cuts to our budget, as previously noted, Asheville City Schools had to implement several mandated increases to our budget, such as increasing our hourly pay tables to align with a mandated pay increase, pass on state raises between 3 to 7% for all employees, and absorb an increase in our insurance premiums. Also, to note, school systems typically spend or encumber about 90% of our operational budgets by January, February. So the majority of our unspent funds is salaries and benefits for our staff. At the end of the day, yes, we can cut this 4% from our current budget, but it will be extremely challenging and disruptive to our daily operations. We urge the commissioners to closely examine if there's any space for the cut to be less than 4%. We respectfully request that the commissioners consider other areas for a reduction, or at least defer this reduction to the next fiscal year so that we have the time needed to plan, work with our administrators and boards so we can make sure these cuts are minimally disruptive to our students. We also want to note that this 4% decrease will be in addition to a decrease to the 2 other Asheville City Schools supplemental tax and likely impact our sales tax and the capital funds. And also to note, we are still realizing increases in expenditures as we still do not have potable water in our schools. As Commissioner Whiteside so passionately opined last week, addressing the achievement gap must be the top priority for Buncombe County and for Asheville City Schools. Asheville City Schools heeds this call. We have taken the first steps towards systematic equity transformation to ensure equitable outcomes for our students. We've created a theory of action, we're investing in our staff, and we are addressing racism when and where we see it. I also personally invite all commissioners and County Manager Pinder to our strategic plan community launch on February 1st. That's at 11 a.m. at Asheville High School, where you will see our commitment to reimagining the K-12 experience to one that is responsive, innovative, and unapologetically committed to closing the achievement gap. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Furman and Chair Thornburg. Yes, please go ahead and ask.
I'd like to ask
A
a
question.
question of the city schools, please. Could you give that to us in writing? We've gotten,
Yes.
send it to the
I will,
commissioners.
yes.
We've gotten the county schools. but
Okay,
We'd like
yes,
to
of
have that
course.
in writing.
Yep.
Thanks.
Thanks, Dr. Furman. And while Dr. Jackson and Chair Elliott come up, I would like to take a moment to For those who don't have this directly in front of them like we do, the budget amendment that we are considering this evening does specifically say that should the federal or state government appropriate funds that can be used for the purpose at hand this evening, then another amendment may be brought forward to restore funding to the school systems. That is in the amendment that we are considering this evening. Thank you. Chair Elliott, Dr. Jackson, thank you for joining us.
Good evening, Madam Chair Edwards and Buncombe County Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm here this evening as Chairman of the Buncombe County Board of Education, along with our Superintendent, Dr. Rob Jackson, to speak on the potential impacts of a mid-fiscal year budget cut to our school system. I approach this discussion very compassionately for the educators that are in the room, because I am the son of two public school educators myself. I grew up around kitchen table discussions that were often about the affordability of everything in our house and balancing that checkbook every month. So I understand that any discussions around salaries and staffing and all these things are very nerve-wracking for a lot of folks in our community. So I want to approach this discussion in that way. Excuse me. So before I hand it over to Dr. Jackson for an administrative explanation of potential impacts, I want to speak from the perspective of elected board member. So first, I feel it's really important to present some context around this issue. North Carolina is currently ranked 48th out of 50 states for public school spending in our country. North Carolina is roughly $5,000 per student below the national average, and it's disheartening to note that North Carolina ranks below every other southern state on per pupil education spending. Our neighbor to the north, Virginia, is at the national average, roughly $16,000 per student, which is $5,000 more per student than North Carolina. The Education Law Center, who performs the national funding ratings, gives our state-level school funding a grade of F. Meanwhile, Buncombe County has consistently ranked in the top 10% across the state for total local funding for public schools. This would correlate potentially to a grade of an A. Clearly, the citizens of our county value public education as a means towards a prosperous and equitable community. The citizens of our county have elected strong education advocates in all of you and all of us on our school board, who consistently prioritize the appropriations of tax dollars towards public schools, which is nearly 30% of your total budget, and that is extremely commendable. I want to make sure that you hear tonight how much we appreciate your level of investment and support of public education in this county. We do not take that for granted, and we seek to collaborate with you and ACS more closely on ways to improve student outcomes. That being said, the current proposal for a mid-year 4% spend reduction is very problematic for our school system and our board. We fully understand the critical importance of the overall fiscal health of Buncombe County government, including your fund balance and the protection of your AAA bond rating. If you are not fiscally healthy for the long run, then neither will our school boards be fiscally healthy for the long run. And we face many challenges ahead. In the wake of Hurricane Helene, our students, staff, and families need more support and not less. The number of students who qualify as McKinney-Vento and Buncombe County schools has increased by over 1,000 students since Helene. School social workers and school counselors are bearing a heavier burden to serve these and other students with basic needs so that they can just show up and focus on learning while at school. Our teaching staff, who have also suffered a great deal of trauma on their own account after the hurricane, are working incrementally harder every day to help students make up the learning loss that accrued during the hurricane recovery period. As of today, we still have 2 schools that do not have potable water restored, W.D. Williams and King Creek Middle School. If the amendment passes this evening, our board and administration will have the very challenging decision to either A, begin fully depleting our own fund balance, well below our own policy threshold, to keep our staffing levels through the end of this school year, or B, begin discussing potential reductions in staffing levels and reductions in services provided to our students. Furthermore, in last Thursday's joint meeting, it was communicated that there is no clear visibility as to whether the county could restore this 4% to our budget for the next fiscal year or not, or if potentially there could be further cuts. This lack of visibility is kind of what concerns me the most. We as a school system do not carry high vacancy levels, so we do not have a lever to pull for operational savings by simply leaving positions vacant. There will be very few savings opportunities available that won't immediately and negatively impact our ability to serve students when they need our assistance more than ever. As you will hear from our superintendent, now is not the time to reduce school funding. It is also very important for everyone to understand that we will not be able to solve this financial problem without greater collaboration and greater levels of constructive advocacy directed toward the General Assembly in Raleigh. We need to speak loud and clear together as citizens, advocacy associations, and elected officials to tell the leadership in the General Assembly that we need help and we need it now. If your decision this evening is truly inevitable to avoid a fiscal crisis in the county, then please help us speak up as loud as possible towards the General Assembly to ensure that hurricane relief funds become more fluid, more quickly, so that we can ensure our budget planning for next fiscal year does not have to contemplate staff reductions or reductions to student services. So on behalf of our Board of Education, we look forward to working with all of you going forward to continue serving the students and families of Buncombe County Schools. Dr. Jackson.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, Madam County Manager. I apologize that I was a moment late stepping into this evening's meeting. My wife had knee replacement surgery today, and I left her bedside in the hospital at her insistence because we both know how important this conversation is, and I very much appreciate her and the nurses who promised me they would take care of her till I can get back to her hospital room. This evening, I'm incredibly proud of our partnership with Buncombe County. From the moment that the rain began to fall and Sheriff Miller called me and asked if we could send buses and bus drivers to evacuate our neighbors and our friends to shelters, to all of those long days sitting next to our county manager in the Emergency Operations Center, when we were asked and able to help fuel emergency response vehicles, law enforcement vehicles, to housing emergency responders and communities from across the country who were helping out, to sending literally some of our staff climbing, hiking up a mountain with diesel fuel to fuel a generator to keep our cell phone towers working. We've worked in partnership with Buncombe County. And I'm so incredibly proud of that because that partnership is truly a partnership. Our county commissioners in Buncombe County have invested deeply in our school system, recognizing how important our children are to our future, and not just to our future, but today. And so this evening, I appreciate the opportunity to start off by simply saying thank you for all the past actions of this commission and all the future actions, because we recognize that none of us would like to be having this conversation tonight. As we recall all of the stories we heard, the things we saw, the loss of life, the loss of homes, the loss of the feeling of safety and security, the trauma that still our children and our families are living through and bringing with them to school, it is first and foremost before us. And so in this moment of challenge, we stand as a partner with our county, and we appreciate that partnership and all that that means in both directions. Worked better in the mirror this morning when I pushed that button. There we go. Our manager reached out and shared with me in a letter that Buncombe County government's requesting a 4% reduction to our local current expense fund in this current school year, 24-25. In our current expense fund, the school system receives approximately $100 million, and we very much appreciate that. That reduction for Buncombe County Schools is approximately $4 million. As Chairman Elliott, and I'd like to recognize our other school board members who are here as well, Reverend Martin, Ms. Clemens, and Ms. Lewis, as he shared, at this time in our school year, that's extremely difficult, particularly as we recognize where our children are, where our staff are, where our friends are, where our neighbors are post-Helene. In the statute, must not be holding my mouth right as I click that button. In the statute, it says and shares that in making a decision like this, the county commissioner should allow a public meeting where the school board's given the opportunity to present information on the impact of the reduction. And so I thank you for that opportunity and this opportunity this evening. I'm emphatic in how much I appreciate what Buncombe County and this commission has done for our school system. I also recognize that in serving our 22,000 plus students, our 3,500 approximately plus employees, over 5,000 if we include our substitutes and our coaches, our 45 schools, all the families and staff members, that I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't do a good job talking about the impact of a $4 million cut to our current expense fund as we go into the month of February. And so, again, I appreciate the opportunity to do that. As you heard my partner, Dr. Furman, share about the Asheville City Schools budget, prior to Hurricane Helene, we faced enormous challenges. And just like the challenges faced in the hurricane, and one of the things that I'm proud of as a native son of Buncombe County, as a graduate or as a student of Buncombe County Schools, I'm proud that we meet those challenges one at a time. These are the challenges that we found this year. First of all, our school system lost our ESSERS funds. In the county, those I believe are referred to as ARPA funds. That's about $22 million last school year, approximately $90 million since the pandemic, but those funds were no longer available to us, and so we had that cut in our budget for this school year. We also had an unanticipated reduction for the 24-25 school year that we didn't know was coming. Typically, our federal allotments come to us after our school year has already started and we're underway. That reduction was well over $1 million, $1,174,000. At the same time, in Buncombe County Schools, we've had a drastic increase in the number of our ML students, our multilingual language learning students, at one time referred to as English as a second language or English language learners, EL students. That number as of January 9th is now almost 3,000 students. And so you can imagine for our classroom teachers who are trying to teach math or science to a child or a young person who doesn't speak English, that challenge grows enormously for our teachers. Going into this school year, as we have right-sized our school system to fit within our budget, particularly post-pandemic, we cut over 44 positions. And so we have 44 positions less today than we did last school year. And I think we would all argue the challenges are much greater today than they were a year ago today. For this current year, to balance our budget, and I appreciate the presentation from the auditor because it really helps with this conversation, we're using over $6 million in our fund balance to balance our budget. Going forward, if our fund balance is not there, we won't be able to do that. So we know we have to continue to right-size our school system, and we're committed to that work. We understand, though, that every position that's pulled back is one less person who's helping assist our students as they reach towards their dreams and as we meet the challenges before us. In terms of current challenges, as of January 6th, our McKinney-Vento numbers, which is the language used to describe homeless or displaced students, has grown to 1,252 students in the Buncombe County school system. By comparison, prior to the storm, we had 274 students classified as McKinney-Vento. So the number of displaced students, as you are well aware, has grown significantly and points to the challenges our families and our children have today. Currently, 60 of those displaced children are transported daily to their school. That means that they have moved to temporary housing outside of their school district. And so we're contracting to allow them to remain in their home school, trying to keep things as similar as possible as they go through all the trauma they're going through. We have another 24 students that we're trying to work to get transportation in place for them. That number continues to grow. We were told as we got into this work around the hurricane of cascading effects. There's the effect of the hurricane on the day it arrives, but then weeks and months later, there's effect after effect, and this conversation is yet another cascading effect of cuts to a budget potentially because of a storm that happened at the end of September. And we're seeing those numbers of students who need that transportation or who are classified as McKinney-Vento go up and not down. And that's because of some of the placement they've had has been taken away, or they've lost their home, or they've been displaced from where they are. So the challenges continue to grow. I mentioned the fund balance that's being used, and at this point I want to transition and just talk about, and I heard my colleague Dr. Furman mention this, lost instructional time in terms of current challenges. During the hurricane, we missed 19 school days. As you look at this slide, you'll see that combined with our weather-related delays, as we had a 2-hour delay this morning because of snow and ice, that we're at this year at 26.7 days that have been missed from a school year. Parents are worried about their child's instructional achievement, their academic achievement in a year where they've already missed so much, and we're afraid we may miss more because of the weather that may still be ahead of us. And one thing we understand is that the decision this evening may impact and probably will impact the 25-26 school year. And so as we think about a first grader, we depend on our first grade teachers to teach our first graders to read. Our first graders will go to second grade next year, but they've missed 26 days so far and may miss more. And so what we know today, regardless of what happens with the budget, is when they get to second grade, our second grade teacher's going to have to backfill what might have missed during those 26 days. And the way we address that is through tutors and through remediation. And for some students, enrichment, but those are the positions that are cut and pulled back when the budget is pared back. And so at a time where we need more remediation, not less, we're at the precipice of not being able to provide that because of this challenge that none of us would have wished for. I mentioned the fund balance we're currently using. We know that we have to either have the fund balance or make more cuts to positions, and we'll do that. I talked about the ESSERS funding, but I also want to mention the Opportunity Scholarship impact. Last year, in 2023, the North Carolina Office of State Budget and Management estimated a potential loss of $5 million to the public school systems in Buncombe County. In 2024, and I've got the link there for our commissioners or others, they're estimating that we are going to lose $1.8 million to our budget. That was unanticipated or certainly not something we wanted to do. But again, to Chairman Elliott's point, we all have to advocate at the state level to say we've got to take care of our public schools. And so what we're seeing as we kind of work through this, as we think about the impact of this potential decision, is the current context that we're operating within our school system, serving perhaps our most vulnerable citizens in Buncombe County. You know, as we think about the timing, as we approach February 1st is just around the corner. We are 7 months through a 12-month budget, essentially leaving 5 months. And so if we spread this cut of almost $4 million over 5 months, that's effectively a 10% cut to our monthly operations over the last 5 months of the school year. And as you've already heard, We don't have vacancies to be able to hold back. Now, certainly if those appear, we'll do our best to implement a hiring freeze unless it's an essential position we have to have. But we just don't have that lever, that mechanism to be able to handle that, and so we have a potential large cut. We are also, as you heard mentioned by Chairman Thornburg, a service-oriented institution. We exist to serve, and the way we serve is through our incredible faculty and staff. I would put our faculty and staff and the faculty and staff of Asheville City Schools against anybody's. They're absolutely amazing. That is what we offer to the citizens of Buncombe County, and so you'll see in our budget, 83% of our budget goes to human capital. And so if we look at, well, how can you cut this from the budget? What does that look like in real numbers? And so we need to cut $3.9 million. If we were only to use teaching positions for the last 5 months of this year, that would equate to 108 teachers. Now, we're not going to do that. If we were only to use teacher assistant positions for the last 5 months of the year, that would equate to 142 teacher assistants. Now, we're not going to do that. If we were to only use custodians for the last 5 years or the last 5 months of this year, that's 122 custodians or 98 counselors and social workers. As we think about the impact, if we cut those positions, what that would do to our schools, and more importantly, what that would do to our ability to serve our students who are so vulnerable in this moment. It's just not fathomable. And so we turn to fund balance. And I truly appreciate all of the questions that have been asked by our commissioners about fund balance, because it's so important to understand how fund balance is used. Certainly it's a savings account, but it's much more than that. It's a cash flow mechanism. For example, in our capital outlay projects, the school system has to pay the bill, and then we're reimbursed by the county. To be able to pay the bill, we have to have the cash flow, which comes from our fund balance, and so that fund balance is crucial. So our fund balance can't be zero, or we are not able to move forward with capital projects, as one example. When there's an emergency, like a hurricane, we have to stand on our fund balance to be able to get through the hurricane. You heard me share many times in your presence at more press conferences than I ever wanted to attend in my life. We would reopen our schools as soon as we possibly could. We beat the odds in terms of what I heard from the coast to how quickly we should be able to open, because we had the tools at hand, which is not only this great partnership with our county, but also the fund balance to be able to move forward. And so that fund balance is so important for that as well. We're using our fund balance to balance our budget. That's not sustainable. And so we know we have to continue to right-size our school system. The fund balance that we potentially will use if this decision goes forward, because we can't cut those positions when our students are so vulnerable, will not be there for the 25-26 school year. And so that means that there will be more positions that we have to look at eliminating this coming summer. And we know the 25-26 will continue to be impacted by the hurricane. And so we are and have been in a much better place in 24-25 in terms of our school system's budget. Again, we just had our audit last month as well, and we also had an unmodified or a quote-unquote perfect audit with no findings and no management letter, and we're quite proud of that and proud of the work of our financial services team. We're proud to say we're excellent stewards of the taxpayers' dollars, the resources that you give to us to serve our students. I don't want to miss stating for just a moment that this will also impact our charter schools, and so we need to be aware of the funding that flows through our school system. Buncombe County Schools, 11.62% of our funding flows directly through us to the charter schools. And so that cut of $3.9 million potentially to Buncombe County Schools equates to a cut of about $500,000 to the charter schools. Now, we've already made 6 months worth of payments to the charter schools, and so their cut over the last 5 months will be pretty significant, $75,000. And so there will also be a cut to the charter schools that would flow through Asheville City Schools as well. And so I just want to simply mention that so it's not lost that there'll be cuts to the charter schools as well. And so I'll hearken back to where we started. And in fact, I want to share a direct quote. The county recently contracted with a third party who looked at intensely our two school systems, Buncombe County Schools and Asheville City Schools. One of the things they looked at was our staffing. I appreciate the comparison between the two school systems because that was the purpose of the work, but I also appreciate that in that report, they compared Buncombe County Schools to Onslow County Schools and New Hanover County Schools for the purposes of looking at school systems the size of Buncombe County Schools. And what they found was that our school system was incredibly lean. It wasn't overstaffed. In fact, surprisingly lean, and I appreciate the work that's gone on to make that so as we have prioritized our classroom-facing positions, as we prioritize the positions that impact our students most directly. But I don't want to miss this, and this is a direct quote from the consolidation study from the third-party auditors who credited and gave references for all that they stated, and they stated this. In 2022-2023, ACS ranked as second highest and BCS 11th highest locally funded school systems out of the state's 115 school systems. When we look at second and 11th out of 115, it points back to what Chairman Elliott stated, that our county has funded our school systems in a way that is recognized and we appreciate. It goes on to say, quote, compared to other North Carolina counties, Buncombe County supports ACS and BCS with a high level of funding. I want to again say thank you for entrusting our school system with the important work of serving our children and our families. I would share that I don't think this is the time with all that's going on to make this cut. If it has to be made, we'll meet that challenge just like we've met every other challenge that's been before us. Thank you for the partnership. Thank you for the work you do. In the last few months, we've seen each other after weeks without a shower, standing in rooms we didn't want to be in, talking about things we didn't want to talk about. But in that moment, I saw in you, as I saw across Buncombe County, hearts and hands. And I'm forever grateful for the experience we've had because we've seen how much we each mean to each other. Thank you for the opportunity to share the potential impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson and Chair Elliott. Commissioners, before we move into staff presentations, are there any questions?
I have a quick one for Dr. Jackson.
Sure.
Sorry to
Thank you, Commissioner Sloan.
get you out of here back to the hospital soon. There's a slide with a bullet. I think you had an equal sign in front of $10 million hurricane incurred expenditures, and you're alluding to some sort of state level assistance. I'm curious if you could tell us more about the 10 million, but also what you might see from the state in terms of assistance.
Sure.
The General Assembly passed a $100 million cash flow loan program. I'm curious if that's what you're referring to.
Thank you so much for the question, and I apologize. That was my feeble attempts at making an approximately sign, so
Yeah.
I should say approximately $10 million.
Gotcha.
So $10 million is roughly what Buncombe County Schools has spent to mitigate the impacts of Hurricane Helene since the hurricane arrived, from everything from drywall to removing trees so we could drive up and down driveways. So approximately $10 million. To date, we've received in reimbursements less than $2 million. And so we anticipate being made whole on that $10 million, but to date that hasn't happened. So that $10 million, as you know, and you're probably well aware, we have to go through the process. We've gotten many compliments from FEMA on our paperwork. So we have to go through the process of going through our insurance companies, through FEMA, and then through state and federal funding sources like FEMA. And so we do anticipate being made whole. It's certainly a challenge right now as we're still about $8 million in the hole on the expenses related to the hurricane.
Dr. Jackson, when you say state funds are not available, what state funds are you referring to?
So some of the reimbursement funds, one of the changes that was made this year, and the manager may be able to speak to a little more, is that the flow of funds moved to or through emergency management, and so it added an extra step, and so it's not flowing directly to the schools from DPI as it did, for example, when I was on the coast. That was a change this year, and so it just adds an extra step, which creates a delay as any extra step would.
I would like to clarify the ESSER funds. Those were, for those who may not know, those were one-time funds. So it wasn't a surprise that those were not going to be reallocated.
You're exactly right. In fact, being able to land that plane was something we had to spend a lot of time working on. And so we knew that we would have a $22 million cut this year, and we planned for it, but a cut is a cut is a cut, and the folks in those schools recognize that so-and-so's not here anymore. STEM lab assistants, for example, is one example. Thank you.
Thanks,
You're
Dr.
exactly right. We did know that was one-time funding. Yes, ma'am.
Further questions? Commissioner
Yes,
Ball?
Dr. Jackson. First, just thank you for your presentation. I think, as you know, my mother's a retired teacher, my sister's a superintendent, and I know the important and hard work you do. I'm curious, I read in the Citizen Times that you don't think you would have to have any staff cuts. You would be able to manage impressive budget management to do that. Do you think that is still the case?
So I do think that's the case, and I appreciate the question. Now, that's the case to get through this school year, and so the way we do that is to use our fund balance. Now, as we shared with our board going into this current year, we were planning to utilize about $5.5 million of fund balance to balance our budget. We had to increase that to $6 million after we lost the $1.1 million in Title I we didn't anticipate. But what that did was it allowed about a year plus to be able to do that in one more year. We're trying to not break the school system as we continue to cut positions from pre-pandemic enrollment levels. And so we're continuing to work back towards right-sizing the school system. And so that, Commissioner, that is the case. That's our intention, that we would be able to, through a hiring freeze of any positions that might become available, or through the use of fund balance, be able to get to the end of this year, and then this summer, through position attrition and some hard work, we just won't have the fund balance available to continue on our plan, and so we may have to accelerate position cuts in the summer for the following school year. But to finish this year, we'd be able to utilize fund balance.
Okay. And one more question, and sorry if this is basic. The county has a bond rating. The schools do not have a separate bond rating, right? You are kind of reliant upon the county bond rating for borrowing.
That's exactly right, and we're reliant on the county for many, many things, and we very much appreciate it.
We thank you for your partnership. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Moore?
Thank you, Dr. Jackson, for a very comprehensive, helpful report. I think the context for these decisions matter, right? We don't want to make these decisions in a vacuum. We want to be clear on exactly what our tools are, how we collaborate, and how we reach the common goal. Because I think, as you appropriately named, all of us are invested in education. All of us want to see the best outcome. And as I hear you describing the problems you're going through, I'm reliving multiple county meetings of having that exact same conversation of, when is the state money coming? When is FEMA money coming? When are we going to be reimbursed for the money that we're spending taking care of our neighbors in Swannanoa? And a lot of those conversations are really hard to wrap your mind around, because you're looking at all the important work that so many people do, and it was powerful for me to see the custodians, the teacher assistants. How do you pick amongst those things? I guess to spare you from having to do a 2-hour presentation on top of this, what I'd like to ask you is, what, in your mind, does collaboration look like? Because we both have a lot of really hard decisions to make. Every county department is probably in similar straits at this point. No one wants to be cut. Every program we have is essential in some way or another. We're managing everything from the sheriff's office to the schools. And the second you take from one hand to feed another, you're dealing with that same thing. So what, I guess in your mind, what areas could you see yourself kind of working with us if we were to figure out a collaborative solution? Because right now we're not doing this lightly. We're not having this conversation lightly, but I'm feeling a lot of don't do this, but what's the to-do kind of option for us? And I think that's a conversation we need to have, but I'm not sure that we necessarily know what the ask is in response to our proposal.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you highlighting all the partnership that we have and how much we appreciate our work with the county. Collaboration is absolutely crucial. One of the conversations that I've had now going on 3+ or getting towards 3+ years with the county manager is being able to plan for multiple years. We certainly wanted to work on that, and we had ESSER's dollars and ARPA dollars that were kind of in front of us, and now we've got this hurricane stuff in front of us. But getting to the point that the county and the county commissioners are able to have a feel for this is the ask that might be coming from our school system, and the school system has a feel for this is what's probably coming from the county, I think serves everyone well. And so certainly, long-term, that's the collaboration and the opportunity. Certainly one of the things that I think is that information is powerful. In meetings like we just had earlier last week with the Board of County Commissioners and the 2 boards of education, and looking at real dollar figures and having hard conversations are absolutely crucial to the work of collaboration. And so I commend all 3 boards for coming together. And I think we need to do more of that and not less of that. And so in order to answer the question about, well, what's the alternative, I wish I could say here, I just don't have that. I just know that I was asked to talk about the impact of if the decision is this, what does that look like? And so I certainly wanted to share that. You know, I am hopeful, like our manager is, that there will be money flowing from the state and the federal government. And one of the things I do appreciate is that it's stated in the information from the county before you that if that happens, that the funding would then be returned to the school system if it has to be taken away. And so we appreciate that. And I wish I had the answer, and I know we all do, but certainly on behalf of our board and our school system, I want to recommit to collaboration and partnership with our incredible county.
I appreciate that, and I think that partly answered my question as far as what recovery looks like, because we've talked a lot about this is a long-term kind of marathon, not a sprint. There's not going to be a single fix. We can't rebuild everything right away. We just don't have the tools or necessarily support financially at higher levels to do that. But when I hear you say these things, I get optimistic and hopeful that a discussion of multi-year funding needs to take place, because I don't see a world where we're covering thinking year by year at this point. And that's something I'd very much look forward to while serving on the board, to come up with a plan that allows us to rebuild, because we all are seeing exactly how limited our resources are together in this moment. And I don't think that's going to change if we keep taking this year-by-year approach.
I join you in that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I just also want to reiterate how proud I was of this community when we came together right after the storm. And we are still in the same boat right now. And it's important that we are rowing in the same direction. You know, as we heard last Thursday, that cascading effect is now hitting. It's hitting our budgets. I don't think there's been enough of a public conversation and emphasis on what it means for communities after a major storm like this. We're looking at $15 to $25 million, not cut, but missing from our budget, a hole in our budget that, you know, at the end of the day, we can't spend money we don't have. About a little north of 75% of our budget is reliant on property taxes and sales taxes, and we saw what happened to property in our community. We saw what happened to our economy during the busiest season of the year. It's flatlined, and we are in a difficult position. To balance our budget, I want to thank our county staff for digging deep and making the tough decision for a hiring freeze. You know, salaries and benefits are the largest portion of our budget at about 45%. The next is our school system, because that's at 38%, with about $130 million going to our schools. And I think it's important that our budget reflect our priorities. Our schools are our priorities, but they also have to reflect realities. And here we are together, and I'm thankful that we're having these conversations together to figure out how we get to a path forward. I also just don't want to miss the opportunity to note that ever since the Great Depression, the primary responsibilities of our schools have been upon the state. The state holds the primary responsibility for funding our schools, and when the state fails to fully fund education, a quality education for all students, that is in violation of our Constitution, according to Leandro. And so we as a county step up
because our children are important. Public education is critical. And so that partnership that we have is really important. I was excited in the consolidation report that it did point to some areas that we can collaborate: financial planning, school nutrition, transportation, facilities. And I think what I saw last Thursday is that we're eager to have those conversations. And I don't know if you have thoughts on that, but I want everyone to hear that we are actively committed to working together, to work on those places where coming together makes sense. I call it somewhat a hybrid consolidation. It's not a full consolidation, but when we see low-hanging fruit, I think it's important that we work together to seize it with the city, county, and county commission.
You know, what I would like to say is that this is my 9th year on the commission. I wish we had started this collaboration 9 years ago, because we'd be ahead of where we are today, I do believe. And I hope everybody understands, look, I'm by far one of the worst critics of our school system. But on the other hand, I'm one of the biggest supporters too, because my wife of almost 60 years taught 34 years in the school system. I came up in the school system here that was not equal. It was separate, but not equal. So I know the importance of an education and what it's done for me, my wife, and both of my daughters, who all of us graduated from state universities in North Carolina. And I've served on the board of 2 of the major universities, as well as the Asheville City School Board. So I realize the importance of education and what we've got to do, but my concern is I want to make sure that not only today, but in the future, we have the strongest possible school systems in Buncombe County for our kids. And that's our future. Without them, we're in trouble.
That's right.
And when I hear people say that we need to go overseas to bring in doctors, engineers, or whatever, no, we've got them here, but we've got to make sure we educate and develop. And I agree that we can't pick up what constitutionally is in the North Carolina Constitution to support the schools. But what I think all of us have got to do is lobby the state for their portion that we're missing. And, you know, and when I think of the hundreds of thousands of school teachers we have, you know, they should, I hope that when they vote in the right way for people who really go and support the schools. Because going forward, we've got to do that if we're going to be successful. If not, we're going to see the funding continue. You know, and when I see $500 million go in vouchers that should go to the school systems, that's a concern with me. But we've got to, but I hope everybody realizes, unfortunately, we've got to make some tough decisions. We can't get around it because it's too much at stake, not only for the county, but for the school systems. Right. If you look at fund balance, how we handle that will affect our 20-year bonds if we're setting them out for schools, to build new schools or to do the renovations. All of that plays into this. And what we've got to do as commissioners, we are the county bank, and so to speak, and we've got to make sure that we right our ship and that we don't let it go under, because it'll affect all of us. So, you know, our backs in some ways are against the wall to make sure that this county remains fiscally sound. And that's it's going to be some hard decisions, folks, that we've got to make. We don't have any choice because we were elected to do the right thing. And that's part of it. Not only education, safety, the whole county. We've got to make sure that we remain fiscally sound.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitesides, and thank you, Dr. Jackson, for joining us this evening. We appreciate it. and all the best to your wife as well in her healing.
I
and
have a
recovery.
question. Dr. Jackson, so you showed us an example of cutting the jobs, like the money coming from cutting jobs for teachers. Where are you planning on taking this money from?
Well, we will use fund balance to get through the end of the year, so we'll,
Right, but you
Right.
said that would six million to balance your budget, right?
yes, ma'am. And so, beyond the 6 million, if the commissioners go forward with this $4 million cut, we would have to use an additional 4 million from our fund balance to be able to balance our budget through the rest of the year.
And what is your fund balance right now?
Approximately $11 million,
So to wipe it out.
very close.
Okay, so then it's, what are we gonna do next year?
Exactly.
All right, thank you, Dr. Jackson.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Horton. I'm sorry I didn't see, and it looks like Commissioner Ball still has another question.
No, it's okay. I just want to make one quick statement that I want to lift this out of the consolidation report.
Mhm.
Private school voucher program and House Bill 10
Mhm.
next year will pull $1.9 million from our county schools. Even if our school population remains the same, we will still lose money. And we're here talking about the potential cuts we may be forced to make because the money's not there. What does it say that a man-made school voucher program over the next 5 years, over the next decade, will have harsher impacts on our county schools than the worst the worst natural disaster in our state's history?
Thank you for that, Commissioner Ball. Very true. John Hudson, our budget director, is here to present the county's presentation, to give the county's presentation. Thank you, John.
Commissioners, I'm here to follow up on budget reductions per the proposed expenditure reduction plan presented last Thursday at your joint meeting with the school boards. We discussed prevailing economic conditions last week to include extremely high unemployment, damage to properties, and new construction down significantly, and as local economic indicators, both occupancy tax and sales tax coming in substantially lower than prior year. We talked about this year's revenues in detail and discussed a potential range of revenue loss of between $15 to $25 million. A reminder that $15.7 million of appropriated fund balance is already budgeted in fiscal year '25. Additionally, we have not received any information regarding outside funding that would serve as revenue replacement. How do we achieve reductions? We have instituted a hiring freeze. As a reminder, we did not budget for 100% of positions and removed $10 million from the budget to account for salary lapse before it was adopted last year. We've made programmatic reductions across much of health and human services, justice services, and economic development. We are deferring IT infrastructure, scheduled maintenance of county facilities, reducing capacity in the animal shelter, library and recreation programming, and medical supplies, delaying purchases of equipment, and making reductions to tax reappraisal funding, future conservation easements, and early childhood education funding are some of the ways we have responded to cut costs. All told, these changes result in an overall 4% reduction of non-education expenses in the general fund, or 9% of the remaining budget this year. With these reductions and the reduced revenue projections, this would result in year-end available fund balance remaining of between 9 to 12%. State statute, per North Carolina General Statute 15913B9, appropriations to school units may not be reduced unless a general reduction is made in county expenditures because of prevailing economic conditions. Tonight, we have provided an opportunity for the school boards to present information, and will then ask the board to take a vote on this reduction. Last month, on December 17th, the county manager contacted both superintendents and informed them of the request for reduction of local current expense funding. A formal memo was sent to the superintendents on December 19th that included information that this would be an agenda item at tonight's meeting. On January 9th, an agenda was published for the joint work session with the school boards Additional information provided at that session on January 16th. The tools to address these conditions are few. The county can decrease spending to include our contracted services. Per the Local Government Budget and Fiscal Control Act, the county cannot raise taxes mid-year. Per state law, Buncombe County cannot change School Capital Fund Commission funding from sales tax. And per general statute, the county cannot change school capital funding. As you heard earlier, an audit has been completed for fiscal year 2024. Per county policy, the county maintains a minimum of 15% of available fund balance, around 2 months of general fund expenditures. A remainder of unassigned fund balance above 20% would result in a transfer to the Capital Projects Fund. The county returned $2.6 million to fund balance in fiscal year 23. However, the amount over 20% was not both unreserved and undesignated, and therefore no transfer was made. For this past fiscal year, the county used $11.1 million of fund balance, leaving available fund balance of 16.38% at fiscal year 24 year end. Based on the projection range of revenues and the reduction request for current year, this would leave $41 to $57 million of available fund balance, leaving between 9.5 to 13.5%, a range below our fund balance policy of 15%. For some historical perspective, here you see K-12 local current expense funding over the last 6 years. Had the county funded at a sustainable unrestricted revenue growth rate over this period of time, fiscal year 25 funding would have been about $96 million. But education has been funded 36% more since fiscal year 2019, as student counts have reduced 7% over that time frame. Tax increases were made in both fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 to increase revenues to help offset this expenditure. In fiscal year 24, this was a $16.1 million increase over prior year, with only about $5.1 million of new revenue. I bring up fiscal year 24 to discuss year-end use of fund balance. As stated earlier, Buncombe County used $11.1 million of fund balance. However, both school systems returned fund balance from their local funding, $8.4 million for Buncombe County schools and $2.2 million for Asheville City schools.
John, can
Yes.
on that point, when you say return, can you clarify what you mean when you say return the fund balance? Elaborate on that, please.
That in their local funding, revenues were over expenditures.
And so they did not return that. I want to be clear, they did not return.
They did not return it to the county, they returned it to their fund balance.
Thank you.
John, while you're paused, I'm going to have you go back one more slide, even. Apologies. The titles for those different categories, I'm hoping you can help us and everyone listening understand prior local current expense.
So the blue line is what their local current expense had been the year prior. So when you look at the blue line, in 25, it matches the total in 24. So that's what the blue line is. It's the prior year's local current expense. And the purple lines in 24 and 25 show a dedicated tax increase.
It makes sense to me, but I don't know that it makes sense
So
to
yeah, that blue line, when we show that, is keeping them flat for prior year. So whatever we give them last year, we will say that. Then the green is the additional on top of keeping them flat.
or the additional burden we're taking on above and beyond the
What was
current expense.
correct.
Yeah.
And then the purple was the tax increase that was implemented. So that's the money that was generated from the tax increase, but then we went above and beyond that in 24.
Thank you.
Did that make, and then,
And John, you did say, I just want to clarify as well, that I heard you correctly, that if we had followed our growth rate, that we would be sitting at funding at about 96 million versus our 117?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
One more question there on the fund balance, since you brought that up. And I know we just had our audit, so I'm guessing the schools had theirs too. So you spoke about the portion that was returned, but do we have numbers on the school's fund balances like we had ours in our audit presentation?
I do not have that in front of me. We could reach out to the schools to see what their percentages are.
Thank you.
This brings us to the requested reduction of $4.8 million to education, $4.7 million of which is local current expense to the two K-12 school systems. With this reduction, we expect to see 10.5 to 13.5% of available fund balance remaining at fiscal year 25 year end.
You're good, John.
Okay.
I got one that's stirring, but I do have a question.
Okay.
When it comes.
My last slide is a request for action, but you have some time for comment, I believe.
Back you up on just a little bit, and you don't have to pull the slide up. But
Okay.
just reading for you off of slide 8, mid-year budget tools. Just highlighting what that looks like, because it's a lot of pieces to piece together over our budget process. We've had so many meetings about this, and for folks who are just now tuning in, it's going to be kind of hard to track how many steps we've gone through here. When you say decreased spending, decreased contracted services, this is stuff we've done, right? We've already made some cuts to strategic partnerships.
Yes.
We're cutting programs that are already impacting our schools. We're cutting support services for any number of things in an effort to try to avoid getting to where we are today. And this isn't us failing to exhaust those options, but this is really already doing things the schools have came to us and said, we hope you don't do, but also continue to fund us. Is that fair?
Yes, we decreased spending. Some of that has been in contracted services where we had obligated dollars to service providers, and we had to pull that back in order to make these reductions.
So that was, I'm going to de-accountantize that as best I can because I'm trying to bridge the gap. That means that money came from nonprofits who were helping us, and we clawed that back in an effort to avoid.
Nonprofits and other service organizations that may deliver, we may subcontract with. Yes.
Okay. And as far as the tax issue, because I've had this question come up a lot when people have talked to me, we can't raise taxes mid-year. I know people don't care at all about talking about law. I might be the only person who has an exception to that. But what are our other tax options, right? I mean, most of our money comes from property taxes.
Yes.
People pay property taxes based on having property in Buncombe County. People no longer have property in Buncombe County, so what are we seeing in terms of tax payment? What's our actual pool of money look like compared to where it would be if people were paying their property taxes after Helene, which we know they're not doing?
So I don't have a further update than I gave you last Thursday on taxes so far. We were about 0.9% past collections, but at this point, with bills having been due January 6th, the only remedies of non-paid bills is forced collections by the tax collections department at this point to collect further tax revenue.
So that would mean taking legal action against their own constituents to force them to pay taxes on property that might have been washed away.
That is the way it would work. The state does not give us an opportunity to wipe away the tax bill or the assessed tax. The tax is based on what the property was as of September, when January 1st, and September is when bills started becoming due. So we allow payments until January. So these bills are based on the property prior to the storm. We do understand that some of those folks don't have property available to them anymore.
Or jobs.
Or jobs there.
Yes.
So this is not a tax rate issue, this is a tax collection issue. It didn't matter if the legislature came through for us in a way they never have before, and they decided to raise the tax rate for us or tell us that we have the authority to raise the tax rate, it still wouldn't make a difference because there's no money to collect from people who aren't paying. Is that
Yes, and
Cliff version?
and the feasibility of raising the tax rate at this point would mean sending additional bills out to everyone and asking to collect, if that could even be possible.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make that a little bit simpler because it's hard to track exactly how this process goes and people realizing what happens when your bank account is empty and you continue sending invoices to people who also don't have money.
Is there any other questions for John?
Yeah, thank you, John. I just wanted to, I did some back of the napkin math. So I was looking over the cuts we've already made to program support. It looks like it was about 11% to program support, operations, almost 8.5%, and then transfers and other financing, almost 10%, 9.3, somewhere in there. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that my math was right as far as percentages and how we're trying to balance this. So, thank you.
And this is something that has to be decided today.
As we discussed last week, if we continue to spend and then there's no opportunity to pull back dollars, then, I mean, if we don't take some action, some preventative action, then we may be in a position where we just can't pull, we've spent too much to pull back any dollars. And then you've heard both the school systems talk about being highly leveraged in salaries and benefits. The county is also highly leveraged in salaries and benefits.
Thank you, John.
So I'm a new commissioner, and I got a question for Dr. Jackson. In Asheville City Schools, please. Hello, Maggie. If I sat here today and looked at you, both of you, and said to you, if I asked for 2 more weeks, could you promise not to touch the money until we had more time to think and to work together and make sure that this is the right choice? Would you be okay? I mean, would you spend the money anyway?
I want to make sure I answer the question very carefully from the standpoint of most of the money being spent at this time of the year is in salary and benefits. And so our teachers will continue to be employed, staff will continue to be employed, so that money would continue to be spent. There's very little money that's actually going out in the school system in January through June in terms of purchasing materials, because we purchase at the beginning of the year when the school year starts. And so it's hard to say we wouldn't spend any money because the money is really going in salary and benefits.
Out of the 4.8 that we're asking for back.
Right, so it just, the salary and benefits is the piece, but at least for Buncombe County Schools, and I'll let Dr. Furman speak, our intention would be, we'd have to use our fund balance because we've got to serve our students. But I'll let Dr. Furman speak. I hope I've answered your question, Commissioner Hord.
I think you did to the best.
Thank you.
I've got a lot to learn.
Welcome to the commissioners. We're glad that you're serving. Same thing that Dr. Jackson said. At this point, probably 90% of our budget is that's going out the door is paying salaries and benefits. Certain expenditures such as our power bill or those kind of utility bills. But other than that, buying gas, most of it is salaries and benefits. So keep paying our staff. And as we look at what resolution do we have as a school system, it would be pulling that money out of our fund balance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Horton, even though if it seems like a short time, but we're at the point now, we can't keep kicking the can down the road, as I say, in 2 weeks. I think we need to do something tonight to stop so we all know what's happening. If we just leave that question mark out there, I'm concerned. I mean, that's the concern we all have.
I hear what you're saying, but as a mother and as a product of Buncombe County Schools, I have a hard time to sit here before my community whenever I ran on strong communities and take $4.8 million away from our students.
Well, I just had the 6th generation of my family to graduate from Asheville City Schools. And I sympathize with you. I hear that. But we're in a position now where we've got to make some hard decisions, and we can't get around it. And to wait 2 more weeks and we have to do the same thing, I mean.
Madam Chair, if I may, I've never made a great decision when I need to run to the restroom. Can we take a recess?
We may take a 5-minute recess, and we will come back in 5 minutes, 7:30. We're in recess.
What time is it? It's 7. Oh, yeah.
of recess. And I do believe John has some additional information for us before we move into our public comment.
Yes, I was asked the question about where the schools finished fund balance as I discussed the contribution back to fund balance. So at year end, fiscal year '24, Buncombe County Schools fund balance was $19 million in local funds, and Asheville City Schools was $12.7 million in fund balance.
Please.
Buncombe County Schools year-end fund balance was $19 million in local funds, and Asheville City Schools was $12.7 million.
Thank you.
John, are there any questions? Just to restate, the mics aren't quite loud enough. I apologize. That's better. Buncombe County Schools had 19 million in local fund balance, and Asheville City Schools had 12.7 million in local fund balance.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions?
I've got one question. I don't know who to ask this of, but there, at our retreat, we and I spoke about the General Assembly's passage of a $100 million loan pool that we still don't have the details on. I'm curious if we have enough detail to know if the school districts will be able to access that loan pool.
Great question.
There's still no details on that at this point. Nothing new has
So
happened.
maybe not is the
We don't-
correct answer at the moment.
It depends.
Right now, it says it's a local government loan pool, but that's the name of it, but no other details at this point.
Okay. Looking to the audience for anybody, an answer from anyone else?
Just to be completely clear, you're talking about the state treasurer's $100 million
That's right.
fund?
That's right.
Thank you, Commissioner Sloan. John, thank you so much. We will open our public comment. And as a reminder, we temporarily amended the agenda for 2 minutes per person. And I'm looking for my
Can I add
list.
one more thing, Parker?
Yes, go ahead,
Schools typically
Abra.
don't enter into debt. Schools typically don't enter into debt. That is something that counties do on their behalf. So if it is a loan pool, I don't know that they would actually start to borrow money for operations.
Okay.
I know Heidi's in the room as a finance officer, but typically schools don't borrow money, right? No. Right.
All right, again, 2 minutes, and please state your name before you begin speaking. And as normal, commissioners, board members are not expected to comment on any matters during the public comment. This is your time to speak to us. And one group can elect one person to speak for 10 minutes if 8 people in attendance relinquish their right to speak on the issue. Our first person who signed up is Pepe Acebo.
Hello. Can you hear me okay? Thank you, commissioners, for having this opportunity for us to speak. My name is Pepe Acebo, as you folks know. I'm an elected member of the Asheville City Schools Board of Education, which limits me to what kinds of discussions I can have with other board members, just like you folks are limited in the discussions that you can have outside of open meetings. Thankfully, this is an open meeting, so I can share some thoughts, some possible solutions, respond to Commissioner Horton's question about whether 2 weeks might make a difference. So for me, my first reaction looking at this was, wow, that's a lot to take away from Buncombe County Schools, the district that I do not represent. When I look at a crisis like this, I look at how can we make lemonade out of lemons. And so just shooting from the hip, but I haven't had the opportunity to discuss this in open session with my fellow board members. I'm limited to speaking to only 2, which I've done, but you hit that limit pretty quick. I would suggest to my fellow board members that we take advantage of the section of law that wasn't quoted in our presentations on Thursday that allows for a voluntary return of funds instead of the mandated 4% across the board, and in which case I would recommend or suggest for us to consider donating back more than was requested because proportionally our general fund balance is higher than Buncombe County's, and that Buncombe County hand back less than what was requested. So we would, if I may finish that, thank you, so that we would look to the commissioners to add back our full 12-cent tax in future years. We would meet the commissioner's current need, and I would seek to get the support of both the Asheville City School Board and the Buncombe County School Board.
Thank you,
and
Mr. Acebo.
dedicate
We are sticking
half a
to 2
cent
minutes. I appreciate it.
to early
You may
childhood
follow up via
education.
email with the rest of us. I know you know how to reach us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jess McLean is our next speaker. And after that is Jen Hampton, so we'll try to move along a little quicker so you'll know who is next. Thanks, Jess.
Hi, Chairwoman Edwards, County Commissioners, County Manager. Thank you for your time today. And I feel like we've heard a lot of good information, and it sounds like so much time, effort, and energy has been put into this process. So I commend you for that. And I will say I don't know the ins and outs of county budgeting, but one thing I do know is literacy. I'm a product of Buncombe County Schools. I work at Read to Succeed, which is a local literacy nonprofit that supports ACS and BCS with trained reading tutors. And today I'm here independently of my organization, but as a concerned community ally. And I wanted to visualize some data for us, which is always fun. If you go into any school in North Carolina right now, and in our community, you walk into any class, 4th grade, 8th grade, 12th grade, imagine you're sitting there. Commissioner Wells, you don't yet read on grade level. You're in 8th grade. Commissioner Sloan, you don't read on grade level yet either. You're in 12th grade and you'll graduate in May, not reading on grade level. Commissioner Moore, you don't read on grade level either. Chairwoman Edwards, you also do not read on grade level. You're a 1st grader who just went through a hurricane. Commissioner Whitesides, you've worked really, really hard, but you don't read on grade level either. That's the average. If we pull funding from our schools, this isn't a funding decision, it's an ethical decision. We can't compound a crisis with a crisis. For our amazing, genius Black and brown students in our schools, all of you, except County Manager Pinder, do not read on grade level yet. And I say yet because to echo our superintendents and our school leaders, with support and services and the best of the best that we can give our students, we can make that happen.
Thank you,
This is
Ms.
an ethical decision and a moral decision.
Thank you, Ms. McLean.
And I appreciate your time.
I know 2 minutes is tough, but we want to hear every voice that is here this evening, so please do your best to adhere to the time limits. I don't like having to cut you off mid-sentence. Jen Hampton is next, and Jason Gilmore will follow.
All right, well, my name is Jen Hampton. Hi, y'all, county commissioners and county manager. I'm so grateful to be here right now, and I am the housing and wages organizer for Just Economics, as well as co-chair for Asheville Food and Beverage United. But today I came more as a concerned grandparent with 5 grandchildren in the Buncombe County schools, and I implore you to consider all of the tools in our toolbox. I had a whole thing written out here, but after sitting through all of this tonight, I understand that y'all care and that you're really struggling to have to make these hard decisions. But it looks to me like there is a lot that we can maybe work with and keep our schools fully funded. Because, as you know, cutting the public school budget would be devastating to our children, to our community. We would have to have fewer resources, larger classrooms, and a lot of our kids will fall behind the rest of the students in the state. and that's not right for our kids. And I know that so many people in our community have had to make really hard decisions and sacrifices in the wake of Helene. But having talked to so many people as a tenant organizer and as a labor organizer, I am acutely aware of the challenges and the sacrifices that people are making. And I can assure you that sacrificing our children's education is not a sacrifice that people want to make. And I know you don't either. We do have tools in our toolbox. I'm not good with money, budget stuff, so I'm not going to try to go back over that. But we do have tools in our toolbox, and I just implore you to keep in mind that I know that y'all know that our children are our future, and we have to give them a solid start in life. Thank you very much.
Is Jason Gilmore still here? And after Jason, and I hope I'm pronouncing this right, Aria Williams? Okay.
Hello, I'm Jason Gilmore, 6th, 7th special ed teacher at AMS, and also the parent of 3 kids in ACS. And so my stake in this conversation is large. It's especially large because a week before Helene hit, we had just moved here with my whole family. And the reason that we moved here is we were in Connecticut, and they spend a lot more money on the student per student up in Connecticut. But when we came here to visit, this place felt more like home. We felt more connected to the community. I saw IRL, I saw United Way helping within the communities. I saw a community involved. And then Helene hit, and the community was exactly what we thought it would be, unified and in going forward together. So when I see this decision, it doesn't fit. It does not fit the community. There's more creativity here with the teachers. When we involve the entire community in trying to solve a problem, it will get solved, and it will get solved creatively. Now, just listening to all these, the story behind it and all the numbers and everything, it seems to me that this could happen to any community in North Carolina. We're all vulnerable. Coast, middle of the mountains, whatever. Doesn't it make sense that there should be a fund amongst all of the school districts, and they could share the burden?
Thank you,
in an
Mr.
emergency?
Gilmore.
Think about it.
Aria Williams is next, and Alexander Shayer? I apologize if that is incorrect.
Good evening. My name is Aria Williams. I'm here as a Buncombe County Schools graduate, an EMT, and a grief worker. As an EMT and a grief worker or a death doula, I work a lot with people during moments of crisis. I also got to experience our school system as a grieving student because my first year as a student, my dad died. I was in first grade. So during moments of crisis and afterwards, when we're still recovering and when we're dealing with these things, we need to find a way to put as much resources as we can in the moment. And our schools are the thing that connect our community the most. There's nothing else that connects our community more than our schools. Maybe our public transportation, but not even that. Because our schools are one of our highest employers, and they're the place that our most vulnerable populations go to seek support. Our children. Our schools are the only place outside of their families that they consistently get access to resources such as school counselors, grief workers, a whole lot of student support systems that Buncombe County gratefully is very funded in compared to other places. And still, with all of that funding, it's not enough. Our schools, before Helene, before COVID, were already chronically understaffed and underfunded, where we have too many school staff staff workers, teachers, all other employees, doing as much as they can to make it work for our students. They have forever been doing too much for too little. So to ask now, in this moment of crisis, that they do more for less is unjust. It is unethical, and it is unnecessary. I hope that you can find any other way to make this budget work. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexander Shayer? All right, I'm going to move on to Ingrid Bailey, and Laura Cleveland is next. And if Alexander arrives, we'll scoot them back in.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Okay. I am currently a second grade teacher at a Buncombe County school, as well as a parent to a second grader. Schools and their staff have been doing more with less for the past several years. I am in my second year of teaching, and with the loss of federal monies this year, I've already felt the impacts of having less firsthand. As a beginning teacher, I am required to complete the letters or language essentials for teachers of reading and spelling. This is a 2-year course that includes in-person training and self-paced components. There are 4 units that need to be completed each year, and each unit is 9 to 14 hours of coursework. Last year, teachers were provided with a school day for each unit to complete our classes. This year, we are not being provided with those funds, and therefore, we need to find other time to complete our coursework because we can't fund substitutes to cover our classes. That puts another responsibilities on new teachers' plates who are already working outside their contract hours to plan, grade, speak with families. We also, as Dr. Jackson said, lost our ERSER funds, which cost us both of our math tutors for supplemental math, which puts that responsibility back on the classroom teacher. My son Jack, who has cerebral palsy and spends part of his day in a separate setting classroom, has struggled to have a certified teacher and teaching assistant over his 3.5 years at his school. This is caused by the high demands and limited resources REC teachers receive due to funding constraints. I work in the Roberson district but live in the Reynolds district. My son would be unable to attend his home school and would have to be bused to a centralized elementary school because we do not have the funding to provide the services our EC population needs at each school location. These are just 2 examples of how we're doing a disservice to our students and the teachers who support them. As a homeowner in Buncombe County, I know taxes would not be something I would want to see increase either, but our students deserve better. I know you guys care about teachers. After hearing tonight, I know you care about education and our students. I just hope that we can all come together and pressure the state to do what's right for us. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Laura Cleveland. I'm a school social worker at Owen High School. I am amazed by the dedication and resiliency of our students and families. Since the hurricane, I have had students that drive from all over the county or get transported, and I even have a student who drives 2 hours a day to 1 hour to get there and an hour to get home. When students initially returned to school, they were relieved to be back, but as we've talked about cascading effects, now that they're back, we are starting to see increased emotional needs. Just today, I spent over an hour with a student who wasn't able to concentrate on his final exam due to intrusive thoughts. I was able to talk to this student and eventually get him back to class to finish his final. School is the consistency our students need, especially for the ones who have been displaced. Even though I help families to connect to resources, I cannot replace all that students have lost. I can give them consistency, listening ear, building skills, and a hug if needed. Budget cuts directly affect our students and the ability to serve and support them. I urge you to explore other options like the emergency fund to keep full funding to our schools. I've heard thank you for listening and consideration. I hear that this is not an easy decision, and I appreciate all that you do for us. Thank you.
Laura. Timothy Lloyd and Alex Chambers follows.
evening. My name is Timothy Lloyd. I'm the president of the Majority Strong Asheville City Association of Educators. My home school, Asheville Middle, 211 South French Broad, was there for our students and community during hurricane recovery. Day in and day out, Asheville Middle was used as a place to receive free supplies and was a necessary stronghold of our community. Once opened back up to students, Asheville Middle picked back up the work of educating our students, which are the future of Asheville and Buncombe County. If Asheville Middle, that community stronghold, is funded any less, understand that staff will be upset, but even greater, these students who have just been through a hurricane will suffer. Programs may be cut, resources may be cut, staff may be cut. I can't even name all the possibilities, and I don't want to because that future is not something that anyone wants. You as county commissioners can stop this. You can dip further into the emergency rainy day fund balance. Later, you can raise the property tax rate by a whole penny, and it can cover the entire current education funding shortfall and cost the average homeowner $4 extra per month. And yes, some homes have been greatly affected by Helene, and that is for the county to figure out, but based off of information in your own budget presentation last Thursday, the amount of homes destroyed or with major damage make up 1% of all the housing units in Buncombe County. On top of that, public schools are a public good, and everyone benefits when they are funded well, and that includes the housing insecure. So today, you can do the right thing. You can continue to invest in public education, something that all of you agree is a major priority and stronghold of our community. Do the right thing. Cuts hurt our kids the most. Please fund our public schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Alex Chambers and Mira Trimbach. I apologize again if I'm mispronouncing names. You can correct me.
Good evening. My name is Alex Chambers. I'm a BCS employee. I'm married to a BCS employee. She made me say that. I'm the parent of a BCS kid. I'm a member of this community, and I vote. I'm a taxpayer as well. Now, I'm tired, y'all. I'm tired because I got up and got on a bus this morning, and I'm a teacher. I'm not a bus driver, as anyone who rode that bus will tell you. So the reason why I had to drive a bus is because it's hard for us to keep bus drivers. It's a hard job. And with, our current resources to pay them, what we do, it's hard to find people. And it's also a weird job because it's in the morning and afternoon, and then you've got that break in the day. So that's a challenge our schools are facing. That's just one of the ways that we've been squeezed by budget. I won't say budget cuts because 2 years ago, y'all did raise the teacher supplement. And I appreciate that. I felt that in my family budget. And I understand budget concerns because like Mr. Elliott said, I've sat around the table with my wife as a teacher when we have those hard budget decisions to make and try to figure out where that money's gonna come from. And y'all, it's not from my kids. It's not. But I also hear from you that tonight this is a rubber stamping. Y'all, you don't feel like you have another decision for tonight for this year's school budget. And Dr. Jackson is gonna give us that money out of our savings account to cover that. And so that is collaboration. What I'm worried about is next year's budget because BCAE, we're always late to the show. Same thing with last year's budget meeting. We all showed up and we said, hey, this is what we want. And y'all said, yeah, here's less than that. And it was too late. It was a rubber stamp. So I'm asking to not cut next year's budget. All right, I'm getting out ahead of the game. Don't take another $4 million away from next year's budget because we can't afford that. If today is a done deal, please look at our future and don't cut us anymore because we cannot afford that. Y'all do not want me on a bus anymore than you have to.
Thank you, Alex. Mira Trimbach? All right, I'm gonna move on to Sadie Grogan and Molly Zinker follows.
Hello, my name is Sadie Grogan, and I'm a second-year student in the Buncombe County Early College program. Budget cuts will greatly affect both my education and my future, and will take away the already scarce resources provided to my classmates and I. Additionally, these cuts may limit opportunities for personalized supports, such as tutoring or counseling, affecting students' academic success as well as well-being. You can't build a strong society by breaking down its schools, and just because it doesn't affect you personally doesn't mean it doesn't affect thousands of other students and teachers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sadie. Molly Zinker and Hannah Drummond. Is Molly with us? Is Hannah Drummond with us?
Stephanie Hellert. Okay, thank you. And after Stephanie is Amy Wiesner.
All right. Thank you all so much for your time and your service as we look to you for leadership on this issue. My name is Stephanie Hellert. I have 2 students in Buncombe County. I'm a teacher as well. And as has been already said, Buncombe County Schools did recently make cuts. My elementary school son's favorite subject, well, in fairness, his favorite academic subject, PE is his favorite subject, as we all know. His favorite academic subject, STEM, was already cut. Was the reliable subject that he would come and actually talk about. He would talk about how his classmates were invested in it. So we know that that was a cut that hurt in a county where we have Nesbitt Academy. We know that we are already belt tightening. We know that we're feeling that. In the face of what our community has been through this year, telling our students and families that they have to endure more. Y'all, we need a different kind of leadership right now. And we are counting on you to bring us that. I'm hearing from y'all, and I really appreciate y'all unpacking this for us, that the fund balance is tricky, and it's really tricky looking at property taxes, and yet I also am aware that there is a big moment lately where we realized that there were a lot of higher value properties that were not being taxed at their value, and it seems like there is a lot of money out there. I am a property owner. No one likes hearing about property taxes being raised, but I'd be willing to have mine being raised at $4 a month or even a bit more. Since when is it too uncomfortable for an elected official to talk about raising property taxes, but it's fine to cut schools? How did we get here, y'all? We are counting on y'all for a different kind of leadership, and we trust you to bring us that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie. Amy and Lissa Pedersen will follow.
Good evening. Thank you all for your service. Thank you all for everyone who's spoken before. I can't say it any more eloquently or powerfully or humorously as you've heard already, but my name's Amy Wiesner, and I am a parent of 2 Asheville High students. They have been part of Asheville City Schools since they were in preschool. They survived middle and high school, early high school during COVID, and now they've had this other strange, bizarre semester that they've just finished. Their teachers are rock stars. Their teachers and coaches are the reason that things feel any kind of normal at our house. Their teachers are tireless and selfless, and all the support staff know how to get things done. And they are hurricane relief for them. In addition to being a parent, I've been a teacher in Asheville City Schools in Buncombe County for 20 years. Last year, we know, and we've heard about the cuts, what we asked for. We are all here in our red shirts asking for you to fund what the school boards were asking for, and we didn't get it. And these cuts are hurting our students. Positions aren't being filled. Support staff is being stretched thinly and thinly and thinly. More thinly and more thinly. We always know how to get it done. Teachers know, like we heard, how to make lemonade out of lemons. We just shouldn't have to. And during the storm, we heard this spoken to. Communities came together. We figured out how to get things done. School communities came together to figure out how to support students and families. All of us figured out how to do this, and we need to do that again. You need to do that again to help us figure out this really hard choice that has to be made. The announcement about these cuts felt really yucky. The timing felt yucky, and we hope you will find a way.
Thank you, Amy. Lissa Pedersen is next, followed by George Seberg.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lissa Pedersen. I'm a Buncombe County school teacher. I want to begin by recognizing that we have all been affected by Helene. Some of us have suffered more trauma and loss than others, but by the nature of living in Western North Carolina, we've all been in this together, and that's kind of what we say at Buncombe County Schools, together we rise. It's our logo, our thing. I also want to recognize that one of the after effects of Helene is this loss of revenue, that it's been very difficult for you guys to make decisions and that you care. I appreciate that. But you need to remember that just last year you underfunded what the schools were requesting by about $10 million. You chose not to raise the taxes any more than this tiny little bit on homeowners, of which I am one in Nashville City. And now you have to recognize that when you tell the public schools that we need to take another hit, another $4.8 million hit, the public schools have been taking these kind of beatings for decades. We school workers, we who work with and advocate for children, we're often told that the state is the problem, and I agree completely. Year after year, the GOP in Raleigh has chosen to significantly underfund public schools. That is a fact. And there's so much that can be said about this, but honestly, do you expect this to change anytime soon? I don't. The lines are redrawn in 2032. Maybe it'll change, maybe it's not. So what is your responsibility in this to our schools and our kids? And what is the plan moving forward, like Alex said? When you ask us to tighten our belts, we need to plan to look forward so we know how long to be on this starvation diet. There's no more fat to cut. And when it's been said that there's no appetite to raise taxes on hurricane victims, how about starting by making the rich pay their fair share and those luxury houses, assess them at what they're worth. If they're sold for $10 million, they pay $10 million on those homes. Don't put it all on the backs of us. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. My mic was off. April Dozier. Noah Austin Rawlings. Ariane Lott. Okay. After Ariane is Samantha Acock.
Hello, my name is Ariana Lott, and I'm a 10th grade student in the Buncombe County Schools District, and my education means a lot to me. My teachers have paved the way for other students and I to flourish in our community, and we cannot be constantly losing them over budget cuts and low pay and no resources. Education isn't something that should be constantly taxed because knowledge is priceless. All of us use knowledge on a day-to-day basis, and all of us require it to survive in today's day and age. Educational resources are a sacred treasure, and they should be treated as such. I don't think our schools should be having to pinch pennies just because of our current situation in our community, just to remain open and functional. Thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Great job.
Samantha Acock, and following Samantha is Andy Erickson.
Good evening. My name is Samantha Acock, and I teach kindergarten in Asheville City Schools. Every year, our schools are expected to do more with less. This year, we found out just before the start of the school year that we were losing a first grade position. So we had to scramble, shuffle kids around to make larger class sizes, I might add, and then work to make sure that that staff member had a position within our district. Our social worker and ESL teacher and school nurse are all stretched so thin between different schools that they can't effectively support the students that they serve. The wait list for school-based mental health services is so long that so many of the students who need that support don't get it. We lose instructional assistant positions every year, and it's to the point where just a few staff members out sick kind of shuts our school down. It is really hard, it maxes us out. And now you're voting to cut the budget even more. And I don't even know what that means for my students because I don't know what else there is to cut. And I don't know if any of you have spent any time in an elementary school classroom recently. If not, I invite you to come to mine. But the needs of students are increasing. They're not decreasing. We have more and more students whose basic needs are not being met. They're homeless. They're not getting food at home. They don't have warm or clean clothes to wear. They're experiencing trauma and mental health. And schools are their best hope, and for some of them, their only hope for receiving those services. Hurricane Helene just made all of that worse. And Our students need more support and more funding right now, not less, because they need those services now. This school year is when they're in the thick of it. And your budget cuts are only going to exacerbate the needs and take away critical supports from our schools when students need them the most. I understand that Helene had a huge impact financially for the county, but you cannot ask our schools and our students to bear that cost. This is a critical emergency. We have to use funds available. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. Is Andy Erickson still with us? And following Andy, Joan Hoffman.
Hello, my name is Andy Erickson. I'm a third grade teacher at Candler Elementary. First, I wanted to give a shout out to Dr. Jackson for representing us so well and how harsh these cuts are. There's been a lot of talk about how the state isn't funding us. They need to. Liz already addressed it. We don't really expect them to. We don't necessarily have the power to overcome everything that's happening in Raleigh. But we did have enough power to get people here in a very short period of time and get a lot of stuff done. I have literally done very little else except for try to get the word out because our schools cannot afford any more cuts. It's very serious. And one thing I get, we blame the state, blame whoever's side, but one thing is that this is an ongoing issue. It's not something that has just started this year. It's not just because of the hurricane. We could have increased taxes. We could have increased to make sure our schools are taken care of, but we didn't. We didn't make that choice when it was critical. And now that we are at post-hurricane, school is one of the few resources that a lot of kids have consistent access to, like was also mentioned earlier. I get that we want to blame the state for things, but Buncombe County isn't a poor district, right? And the state, there's a rank of all the districts and how much of their pot of money they put towards schools. And Buncombe County is in the top for the ability to bridge that gap from the state, but we don't. Instead, we are in the bottom 20% for how much we actually cover for our education expenses that the state doesn't fund. So I don't know, why are we voting for everybody? I went out, I handed out apple cards. Terry, I met you there. We were out there working for days. You know, we had all these promises, and we really want to make sure that you keep them because it is so dire. We're all spending a lot of time after a full day with classrooms, and just, you got to do something.
Thank you, Andy. Joan Hoffman, and then Shanna Hill.
Good evening. My name is Joan Hoffman, and I have been a teacher and a resident of Buncombe County for 20 years. I also have 2 children in the Buncombe County School District. I first want to express my frustration as a constituent who supported you and knocked on doors for you. This frustration in announcing this vote with only 5 days' notice on the eve of a holiday weekend to our Buncombe County residents. When this situation has been discussed with decision makers and leadership teams for well over 5 weeks. Such an important vote that impacts our community greatly should have been given more consideration. It also is convenient that this announcement and vote comes just after the deadline for a possible mid-year tax increase. Last year, our Buncombe County School Board came to you with a bare bones proposal to keep our schools running, and you shorted our ask by $10.1 million. And now you sit here today taking up a vote to take back $4.8 million more. These dollars have already been appropriated and spent and budgeted for staff salaries for the rest of the year. My children lost their favorite librarian last year, their awesome STEM teacher, just to name a few. We are feeling the loss of several custodians at my school. We need bus drivers. This underfunding is really unsustainable. Your county fund balance is, I quote, traditionally used to cover unexpected losses of revenue during emergencies. How is Hurricane Helene not enough of an emergency to dip into this fund balance? What are you waiting for? How can we all work together That's not happening right now. We need to work together to advocate for hurricane relief for our community. That's what we deserve. Please let us use your fund balance now and help us advocate for federal reimbursements from the state and the national by working with the governors and our state
Thank you,
representatives.
Joan. Thank you. Shanna Pill.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for your extraordinary leadership, especially during Hurricane Helene. Thank you to Dr. Jackson and Maggie for your leadership and for your representation and advocacy tonight. My name is Shanna Peel. I'm a special ed teacher, president of the Buncombe County Association of Educators, and a proud mom of 3 kids in Asheville City Schools. 3 kids who benefit from the amazing work and support of their classroom teachers, no longer an IA in my son's room, but also the support of amazing behavior specialists, in-school therapy, school counselors, and these are all supports that my children desperately need to be able to access their learning in school. I'm here with a desperate plea as a mother and as a teacher. Please don't balance the budget by cutting from our already severely underfunded schools. Our children are paying the price for years of state-level neglect. Further cuts here at the county level will widen opportunity gaps, worsen teacher shortages, worsen shortages of our support staff, and deprive our kids of the resources they need to succeed. Please use the county's fund balance, and if needed, raise taxes to replenish it. This is about the future of Buncombe County. Our children deserve better. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you, Shanna. Are there any members of the public, of the audience, who did not sign up to speak, who would like the opportunity to speak to us? Okay, thank you. John's going to return.
I'm bringing before the board a budget amendment for reduction of local current expense to the school systems in the amount of $4,690,451 to be split among the 2 school systems per the average daily membership calculation. If eligible funding is received via appropriation by federal or state government, we would look to bring back an amendment to restore some portion of funding to the school systems.
Thank you, John. In order to facilitate our next discussion, do we have a motion for the budget amendment?
So moved.
Whiteside's motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Sloan, second. We will open the floor for further discussion before taking a vote. Do we have any comments, questions from the commissioners?
I have a question for our county manager or for John, and this is stated in here, and I just want to make sure that we,
Mike.
Make sure that we clarify and call this out. So with this, we are advocating very strongly at the state level to be able to get flexible funding and with good terms that can help us in with this revenue loss that we are facing. And so I just want to call this out. Our intention is, if we're able to get this funding, I would like to say when, but at this point I'm saying if we get this funding, this is when we can, to the point that was asked earlier, be able to use this to reimburse both the schools and the county proportionally to be able to put some of that funding back. And can you clarify that?
You're exactly right. Right now, what we know that's available is that $100 million that Parker mentioned that the state has set aside for local government. It is a cash loan program, but they don't have the program yet defined or rolled out. So we have been advocating that that money doesn't come with any strings, that it could be used for any general purpose, and that, so that we can then give it to all of our partners. It's just more than the schools, as you know, there's lots of other partners that we had to look at as well. Chair, I think Thornburg mentioned school nurses. So yes, we are looking at if that money can come without strings attached, then we can use it to help replenish the services that is desperately needed.
Thank you for that
And
clarification.
let me ask to piggyback on that. And if I read right, if the money comes, it's interest-free, right?
Yes, that money from the state is interest-free. Yes, sir.
Right.
So nurses were cut from the schools, is that?
We have a contract to provide school nurses, and that was also part of some of those contract reductions that we have listed so far. We would hope to replenish that as well. We do know that there is some targeted money coming in for public health, and if that does come and show up, we would want to make sure we can use it to help public health provide that service.
Are there any other questions, further discussion?
I'll just
Leaning in.
quickly, I just want to quickly say kind of how we're seeing this play out. This can't be a zero-sum game with our budget. We are in a crisis together, and we are trying to figure out how to move forward. This is less of a matter of a cut and more a matter of addressing the fact that funds we anticipated never materialized because of the disaster we all went through together. We know that raising taxes is not something that can get us out of this right now. We have to move funds within our budget to get us through. I hear the calls to spend down our reserves. I absolutely hear that. But at the same time, the schools are being called on to spend down their reserves. So we have a balance of which reserves are going to get spent down. Because the money isn't there. So the question of whose reserves is it going to be? Spending down ACS and county school reserves will reduce money that our schools have worked hard to stash away. Spending down our ACS and county reserves will go against the goals that they have set for their reserves. But spending down our county reserves puts our bond rating in jeopardy, puts our services in jeopardy, and puts the entire county in jeopardy for decades to come. With uncertainty across the region, in Raleigh, and especially, sadly, Washington, D.C., it is our responsibility to manage our funds responsibly, strategically, and cautiously, because everyone in the county is depending on that county budget. If we are able, as we have continued to advocate and fight, to go down to Raleigh, to go to D.C., to pull in extra funds, we can replenish the bank accounts of our partners. But when we think about where we put this funding, we're all in this rocky ride together. We're in the same boat going down the river. Where do we stash our funds that make the most strategic sense? And it seems like that has to be the county's account based on the bonds. Good.
Can I clarify one point? You said if we
Please,
spend
yes.
down, in 2024 to June 30, we did spend down that county fund balance. So I want to be clear that that goes into your calculus, because we did use 11.1 million of that savings already just to get to June 30. And what we were saying is we know that we would use even more, even with these cuts. We know that there's still a gap, so we will still look to spend some county fund balance unless we can get the reserves that we're hoping to come from the state.
We're just trying to not dip as
Not all
low.
the way to take all of it from fund balance. Yes, sir.
And wasn't that the first time we dipped in the fund balance?
In about 20. Yes, sir, in about 20 years.
I guess I'm seeing it different. I think now is the time that we can be innovative and creative and work together. I heard Pepe come up here and make a statement about something that he felt like the Asheville City School Board would be willing to do. I think it's time to work together and truly collaborate. And then one more thing, are you saying that the only choice that we have as a county is to dip into that fund account?
Yes, and you can cut even more, from, I'm not sure what lines you can look at, but yes, you can do some more reductions of expenditures or look to go deeper into fund balance. But yes, but there's no other alternatives at this point in time right now.
Okay, thank you.
So procedurally, it's been a minute since I've read Robert's Rules. It's a compelling read, I'm sure you know. What is the procedural mechanism for us asking? Can we just ask school folks a question at this point? Or since there's a motion on the table, does that prohibit me from doing that?
It is
Kurt,
not.
I'll have to turn to you, I guess. Why am I asking everyone but the lawyer?
That's all right. The thing is that the commissioners don't specifically, our rules don't specifically refer to Roberts in these things. So there is a motion, a second. I believe that if there was a question that would be particular to that there could be a motion to reopen, I guess, which would be the public speaking portion, and then go back, once that's done, to close, and then go back to your deliberations on the motion.
Okay, I'm going to lawyer with our lawyer. Rather than do that and reopen something that we've already semi-informally closed, I'll just use as a point of privilege an opportunity to ask our school experts a question. Does that work? Okay.
Yeah.
Can I ask the school, Dr. Jackson and Maggie, I'm sorry y'all both still here. I know you're not getting paid overtime. I want to find out because I don't like hypotheticals. It's really kind of the antithesis of what I do for a living. I want to deal in real facts. Can someone inform me what our tools are for collaboration? Because I'm hearing a lot of what we could do, and I have a lot of people who have asked, like, well, what's the rush? What are we going to do? What can we accomplish in 2 weeks? What are those things what's going to come from that? Realistically, have you had any conversations with your school board about what would change between now and 2 weeks from now, or what we could do differently? Because as I'm seeing it, it's a pretty finite choice, right? It's y'all using your fund balance and helping us get through, or us using our fund balance and dealing with the consequences of that. What piece am I missing that's not connecting for what option on the table are we not considering? Because I want to be collaborative. I want to figure out what that is, but everyone's telling me I don't know, but do something other than what you're doing. I've had a lot of people say that to me in my life, and I've never known what to do with that statement. It's not a lack of thinking on our part. To Alvaro's credit, I think her and her staff have gone through meticulously. I've sent them more emails than I ever dreamed of sending to a county government, asking where we can make these cuts, and it seems to me that the very next step in our process would be cutting our staff as well. And that puts us in a really precarious situation when I'm telling people that I value one set of employees over another because all of these people depend on us, all of these people need us, all of these people were impacted by Helene, and it feels like we're deferring pain, and I'm not sure how to reconcile that choice, so I need some help understanding what does us putting our heads together really look like that doesn't walk away from me just having two different groups of people saying, you betrayed me, you did not come through for me when I needed your help, and now you've cost me a job at the expense of someone else. That's a really difficult position to put somebody in.
Commissioner Moore, thank you so much for the question. Truly, this is a moment when we need the wisdom of King Solomon because you're being asked to cut the baby, and I don't have the answer that we would all want. I would simply say for Buncombe County Schools, and of course, need to go back to the board, but I don't know that there is a choice for Buncombe County Schools other than using our fund balance to get to the end of the year because we cannot decrease the number of staff members we have in our schools today because of what's going on in our communities. And we heard from so many speakers, from teachers in both school systems, what they're encountering every single day. So for Buncombe County Schools, I don't know that there's an option in this moment till the end of the school year other than utilizing our fund balance because we just can't degrade our ability to serve our children. And I apologize, I don't have a better answer.
No, I appreciate it. King Solomon's always the answer. But before I let you go, I do have a question about that because I want to play out what the scenario is. Let's say that the state comes through for us, and that's a big if. I can see people rolling their eyes. If the state did come through for us and send us money on a schedule, at what point would you be able to avoid disaster situation come August, right? I know that it's going to be bad. Have you run any scenario where we're talking about what does 4.8 look like versus 3.1? What can we do to actually have that collaborative discussion? Because if you can help me understand these numbers, it's not that you're looking at people who aren't willing to hear that. I'm not seeing a difference between, it just seems like I'm being told, just don't do that thing.
And that leaves me with a very difficult choice of just saying, okay, we'll just have to tell the sheriff's department and we'll be right here with people wearing black and gold as opposed to red.
Right, and thank you very much, Commissioner Moore. There was a question earlier about kind of the school system's fund balance, and I just wanted to reference in the consolidation study, you have the fund balances for both school systems going back to 2019.
Mhm.
And sometimes when we put dollars beside each other, it makes it look wonky because one system's larger, another system's smaller, and all that sort of thing. But what it does do is give months. And so you heard earlier the county wants to keep 2 months. Buncombe County Schools in 2019 was down to 0.7 months. And so we've been able to build back at the end of 2023 to 1.5 months of expenditures. We know that we have to get back to zero fund balance, balancing our budget. We can go about another 1.5 years with prior to this decision with the number of positions we have, absent more funding coming into the school system. And so we know going forward, we're going to have to right-size our system or have more funding coming in. And so depending on this decision, whatever that looks like, we are doing that work now. We're working through position allotments for all of our schools and trying to use an equity-based formula to determine that work, and it's really hard work. And so we're continuing to that. We're committed to that. But in terms of an exact answer, as you know, it's late into the fall before we know what the state's going to give us. This past year was December before we got our federal dollars, or at least the allotment finalized. And so it's a moving target, but we do our best. And so I wish I could give you a more definitive answer, but absent more funding coming into the school system, we have to have less positions. We've got about 1.5 years to work with. And so we're committed to that work, and we're showing that work, and it shows in the numbers that you got from in the consolidation study.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson. Dr. Furman.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know that I have much to add other than what Dr. Jackson said, but yes, as we look at our fund balance, we can take this, the portion of it out of our fund balance. However, I do want to make sure that we note, when you looked at the fund balances for our district, we've already appropriated $4 million from that fund balance to balance our budget this year. And then this will kind of probably take us up to about $5 million, which we also try to operate on. How do we keep 2 months of operation funds in our fund balance? Very much like your fund balance, we use it as cash flow. So we don't get income, we have to spend the money, pay the bills, and then put in for reimbursement. So it is that cash flow for us. And we can continue operations this year, but we'll have to look at really tightening our belts on our allotments for next year, and look at all options to make sure that we are continuing to be good stewards with our money.
Thank you, Dr. Furman. I think Commissioner Wells had her mic on.
Were you done?
Okay, thank you.
And I appreciate hearing from both the school superintendents and the board chairs about the fund balance and your ability to use that in this current year to be able to get through this very serious situation we're in without staff being directly impacted during this school year. And I just want to say that this is both very painful for all of us, and I feel a necessary decision that we have to make to ensure that we are fiscally healthy as a county for our community, because this is for the long-term future of all of our community. And we strongly agree that we need to be working together to advocate to our state so that they are assisting us with this flexible funding as well as supporting our schools. And so, yes, I say let's join together in doing that advocating and continuing to put that pressure on them to support us, so that then we will be able to reimburse. And I know that all of us, we're not going to give up. We are going to work really hard so that we can figure out a way to support our schools, especially going forward. So this is an awful, awful decision to have to make.
Thank you, Commissioner Wells. I think we can all agree to that. Commissioner Sloan, I'm just going to go around to give everyone an opportunity to speak.
Yeah, I guess I want to talk a little bit about, what happened right after the storm and what we learned, and then talk a little bit about Medicaid expansion too. But right after the storm, myself, like everybody else, learned a lot about how government responds to disasters, and we learned quickly that local governments from across the continent will drive through the night to come here and help and save lives and do amazing work. And what the public probably doesn't realize is that those folks get reimbursed for that work. And an army of people will come here and help to rebuild roads and to fill potholes and to help rebuild bridges. And that money is roughly automatic. And further still, there's roughly automatic money that comes to help communities like ours with debris removal and that sort of thing. But there isn't money or automatic programs for basic everyday local government functions. And there's not automatic funds to support public schools through crises, which is insane. And it's something that needs to change in American disaster response. It's something I'm afraid Los Angeles County is probably learning about 30 days from now. They're going to learn this lesson themselves. And it's, climate change took this money from us already months ago. It's already gone. And these types of disasters are going to occur more frequently. And so we have to change as a country, as a society, how we even think about disasters and how we respond to them and what systems we have in place that can wrap around us and serve our communities and hold us together through disasters like this. And the other thing I wanted to talk about was I heard a lot of teachers, a lot of Teachers Association folks give us, some hopeless remarks tonight. And I've never been a teacher. I don't know what it's like. It's extraordinarily hard and difficult. But the last time former Governor Roy Cooper was in town prior to the hurricane, he came to Candler Elementary School and told us the story of probably the most remarkable political thing that's ever occurred in the history of North Carolina, which is his multi-decade battle to expand Medicaid in the state of North Carolina. Many years ago in 2009, Congress passed the Affordable Care Act, in which a black man tried to give poor people health care, and a lot of states like ours rejected that for many, many years, and it hurt all of us. But Roy Cooper and many others worked together with lots of different partners, people across the aisle, people that don't usually work together, like sheriffs, like rural hospitals, like chambers of commerce, like do-gooder nonprofits, and liberal groups, and they all worked together over many, many years to fix that problem and to change that. And it's one of the only things that gives me any hope for this type of political movement and political change. And it is the movement and the example that we must look to as a society, as a community, and as a state to change education funding in North Carolina. And that should give all of us a North Star to look at and to find hope in. And I hope we talk about that more.
Thank you, Commissioner Sloan. Been asked to come back, so I'm going to go this way. Commissioner Whitesides, any follow-up comments that you would like to have? Okay. Commissioner Ball.
Yeah, I recognize I probably had not said thank you enough to all the folks who have come out and voiced your concerns, and to the teachers who work tirelessly to protect and enhance our most important aspect of our society, which is our children. So I'm a product of public schools. As I've mentioned, I come from a family of teachers, and these are difficult decisions of how we get through as a community together. And I'm committed to going down to, I'll be in Raleigh at the end of this month, early next month, and we've got to continue to stick together through this because we will get through this as a community, but we've really got to stick together and make the best decisions for all of us.
Thank you, Commissioner Ball. Commissioner Horton?
I sit here just thinking about what I should say. And I will tell you, as a woman that has been homeless in Buncombe County, when I couldn't eat, my son ate. I was raised that we take care of our children first. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
I should have said this, I'm sorry, but I want to thank all of you for coming out and expressing what we need in Buncombe County, and we agree with you. But unfortunately, we've got some tough decisions to make. But I'm on the recovery committee for Western North Carolina, and I can tell you a lot of us are working together with the state and even the federal to make sure that we get the dollars that we should get here to reimburse us. But we don't know how long that'll take either. Sometimes, you know, the government is slow. But we'll get through it, yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I guess this is the reason they tell people you only want one lawyer on commission, because they're just would last 5 hours. Alvaro, can I ask you one last question, and that will kind of inform what I'm going to say? Is there, if you found yourself without whatever happens today, if you found yourself without the 4.8 to claw back, what would be your next move, just so people can understand how this process works? No pressure.
Yeah.
We'll have to go back and see, to your point, and Commissioner Ball's point earlier. When you take out education from our budget and debt from our budget, our cost is salaries. If we limp along and wait till the end of the year, it will be looking to cut staff. Cause that's my next move. I've cut all the operations costs, all the program costs. I just thought of one that we can probably work on would be, Melissa mentioned earlier that there's an opportunity to refinance on debt. We would probably try to see if we can refinance debt to reduce our debt service for this year. But that would be, I don't know any place else to go look at this point. And we've already dipping into fund balance. We'll be dipping into fund balance much more, or looking at what we've done the libraries. I'm thinking on the top of my head as I'm talking, sorry about that. But we've done some creative work around how do we staff libraries different with the staffing crisis that they have in the libraries. We'll have to see what else we can look, what other operations we can do that too.
And I appreciate you answering that question. I did not expect you to be able to rattle off those answers, because I could not do that. So we're going to talk about my personal budget when we finish this. I ask that because it helps inform for me how difficult the choice we're making and how challenging this is going to be for all of us, because every single one of us cares deeply about education. And it literally is taking food out of one child's mouth to give to another when we make these calls sometimes. And I want people to hear that, because I hope you've seen, I don't think we've ever spent, in the time I've been on commission, this much time looking into how we can find creative solutions. And it is extremely frustrating to be at the spot where every time we have this discussion around education, I feel like I'm working uphill against my own state, and that's not how it should be. I don't like trying to figure out how to make people's county dollars stretch and cover other people's jobs. I don't like how frustrating the FEMA reimbursement process is. We're in a place where we needed help, and so many people showed up for us, so many people showed up for each other as a community. And on the back end of that, the recovery is going to be rough, and I only feel us beating up on each other in the process, and that is not a good feeling for anybody involved. So I appreciate everyone's questions, all the effort that we're putting into this, your leadership in navigating this conversation. I know it's not been easy, and if there's anything we've gotten more emails about than all of you dedicated folks, it is the library. So I'm excited to have that conversation next. But I think that's what these creative decisions look like. I think that's what happens when we have these conversations of trying to make up for a shortfall that's coming at a much, much bigger level, is seeing things that people care deeply about impacted by not having that money. And we have the hard choices to make. We're elected because that is what we have to do. But I hope that people can appreciate and really come to the table with answers and solutions, because I don't want to keep saying, let's just throw our hands in the air and hope for the best. That's not sustainable at this point. If we're going to collaborate, let's bring real answers to the table Let's bring solutions and proposals and not just throw it back and forth on each other, because there's a lot of people in our community who are tired of that, and I'd love to see that change going in the next year.
Thank you very much. And thanks to each of you for joining us this evening for what has been, I think, one of the longest meetings we've had in County Commission history in recent memory. And we still have a few more budgeted items, agenda items to review. As Vice Chair Moore said, one of my responsibilities as our chair is to preside not only over our commission meetings, but to ensure that we're facilitating strategic discussion and action that serves our entire community at a time when our community is the most challenged, I think, many of us will ever see. And the strategic action that we need to take tonight is a vote on the budget for our schools, and a vote that we know, as you've heard, is challenging and difficult. And we know we have more challenging and difficult decisions ahead of us to get us through the end of the fiscal year, but also as we move into our budget planning for FY26. And so I believe we've had very open, transparent conversations this evening with a lot of questions to ensure that each school system has the information that is needed to make the myriad of individual decisions on spending that are the sole responsibility of each school district. So with that said, I would like to call for our vote. We have a motion to accept the budget amendment as presented to us and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
We have 5 ayes, 2 nays. Moore and Horton, did I capture that? All right, motion passes 5-2. Thank you all, we appreciate it. And many thanks to each of the commissioners for the diligent work that you have put into preparing for this evening's conversation. I'm proud to serve with you.
Thank you.
And to our staff, Avril and John and each of your respective teams for helping prepare us for tonight's conversation and discussion and vote. All right. And I think this is maybe is the rest of the evening? Well, no, we still have, I was like, do we just have John left? No, we have some more presentations. We do have a final budget amendment to consider reduction in our general fund transfers, and John is remaining with us to give us more information.
So this is a follow-up to the transfer reductions we discussed in the expenditure reduction plan, and these require board action. There are 3 ordinances attached to this RBA, and then will result in reductions in the reappraisal fund of $325,000 and the special projects fund of unallocated funding of $596,342 for future conservation easements and $78,574 for early childhood education funding. And this will reduce the appropriation of fund balance in the general fund by $999,916.
Are there any questions for John? All right, if not, do we have a motion to approve the 3 budget amendments? Can we do these all together, or do we need to do them separately?
We can do them together.
We can do them all together. Do we have a motion?
Does this include the measure with conservation easements and
It does.
early child education?
It does.
A motion to approve.
I would make a motion.
Oh.
Can I make a motion to modify one of the measures before us? I'd like to modify the, as requested by Chair Thornburg, sorry. I'd like to remove the early childhood education piece of a little north of $78,000 and preserve that grant funding for rapid response in case we need it to protect early childhood programs in the county.
I'll second that.
All right, so we are modifying the budget amendment for early childhood. So
Yes.
Did you want to vote on that one first and then on the other?
And yes, that's what we'll do. We'll vote on this first and then the rest of the budget amendments from there. Is there any discussion? All right. Oh, I have a motion. I do not have a second. I apologize.
I thought you
That's okay.
did.
Yeah.
Hear
Okay.
more? Yeah, more.
Ball, Moore. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously to preserve the early childhood funding. And I apologize that I messed that up. We also have the other budget amendments that we can do in one motion. Do I have a motion to approve the budget amendments? Whiteside's motion. Do we have a second? Second, Horton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
And that was the interfund transfer, because there were
So
three.
this would impact 2 of the 3 ordinances.
Correct.
So the ordinance for reducing the appropriation of fund balance will be 996, 916 less 78, 374.
Yes, correct. Thank you. All right, thank you, John. We have another budget amendment for Helene Assistance. Helene Recovery Housing Assistance Grant, and E.B. Otterstall is with us this evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. Yes, tonight I'm bringing a proposal and request from the City of Asheville for CDBG DDRF funds, which we discussed last meeting. For your background, real quick, on November 1st, the Board of Commissioners approved the reallocation of $1.597 million in ARPA funds for Helene Relief Household Assistance Programs. $300,000 of this funding went to Grace Covenant, which served 122 households. The remaining $1.297 went to Buncombe County Economic Services for the Household Assistance Grant Program. BC Economic Services announced the application for that program between December 5th and December 18th, and they received 5,826 applications. Following announcement of that program, the City of Asheville requested that Buncombe County accept and manage $624,000 in CDBG DDRF funds. Tonight, our requested action is for authorization of the county manager to execute an interlocal agreement with City of Asheville for those CDBG DDRF funds and approve a budget amendment for those CDBG DDRF funds. You may be asking, what is CDBG DDRF? It's the Community Development Block Grant Declared Disaster Recovery Fund. This is a supplemental fund that's available to the City of Asheville as they are an entitlement jurisdiction. Buncombe County and the City of Asheville staff have worked together on an interlocal agreement that, if accepted, states that the CDBG funds would go towards rental assistance for City of Asheville households with incomes at 80% AMI or less. We anticipate that there would be a $4,500 average award and estimated 124 households served. These households would also be eligible for utilities assistance through Buncombe County programs. The interlocal agreement also includes an option for the county to have an administrative fee of up to 10%. The grant payment structure is a cash advance. And for reporting, as the participating entitlement community, the City of Asheville is ultimately responsible for reporting to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. We will be providing them with the details necessary to do that reporting, including all of the supporting documentation. And we are also collecting demographic information for race and ethnicity and gender related to the household applicant. Asheville City Council voted on January 14th to authorize the city manager to enter into the interlocal agreement with Buncombe County. For next steps and timeline, if approved and the agreement is executed, Buncombe County staff will manage City of Asheville CDBG DDRF funds and provide rental assistance to an estimated 124 households in the City of Asheville. For your timeline, the household assistance application review is currently underway. Economic Services has been working on that for about a month now. If executed, we would be able to make the first request for payment to the City of Asheville as soon as tomorrow, January 22nd. During the next steps, we have 10 days under the agreement to process all of those payments. And so we anticipate by February 5th, we would disperse payments for the first round of applications on a rolling basis. And during that time period, Economic Services staff will continue to process applications and prepare for a second request. All in, we're looking to wrap up funding in February and be able to report out on that process. Once again, your requested action for this evening is for authorization of the county manager to execute the interlocal agreement with City of Asheville for CDBG DDRF funds and approve a budget amendment for the CDBG DDRF funds.
Thank you, EB. Are there any questions for her?
Quick one for, sorry, Terry.
No, go ahead.
For Avril, something I should have asked you during the briefing. I guess just given a lot of your staff are assigned in other places, given that fact and future work they might have related to dollars we hopefully get one day, is there any staffing concerns that you have with taking on other people's money?
So if you recall, when we allocated ARPA dollars for rental assistance, we assigned staff. So I think we had 21. I think we have 21 staff reassigned from other departments now helping to get that money out. So they will stay there a little bit longer to go ahead and get this money out to our community as well.
Motion to execute the interlocal agreement and approve the budget amendment.
Second.
Motion by Wells, second by Sloan. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, EB.
Thank you, Commissioners.
And thank you to our City of Asheville friends who have stuck it out with us this evening for this vote. All right, we have a budget amendment to accept Parks and Recreation Trust Fund grants, and Allison Daines is joining us. Thanks to you as well for hanging in with us.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Commissioners. Allison Daines, Director for Buncombe County Parks and Recreation. Here to talk about the ENCA Recreation Destination. Just going to do a very quick overview for those of you who have not previously heard this before, and then we'll talk about the Accessible Parks Grant. So really quick, I'll do that overview, talk about the components, the accomplishments of this program so far, and then current project status, where we're located, and then I'll discuss the Accessible Parks Grant. So for those of you who are not familiar, the ENCA Recreation Destination is really focused on creating Buncombe County Sports Park as a premier sports park and family destination. It's been a multi-phased project funded by grants from the state, the TDA, and commissioners. Our focus has been site safety, ease of use. We're also really highlighting health and wellness and recreation, mental health, physical health, very important. Looking at how we utilize the space to the maximum, especially in this time when space is at a premium for these types of programs. So accomplishments, in 2019, Phase 1 occurred where TDA awarded $6,750,000. We were able to turf and light 3 fields, 2 new restroom facilities were erected, a dog park, community garden, disc golf course, and new pavement throughout the park. We're currently in Phase 2, where the TDA awarded us $4,054,415 in 2023. We had already put out an RFQ for planning and design in the winter, early actually 2024, in which Civil Design Concepts was given that project, and this was pre-hurricane. My apologies. So the current projects, many of you are familiar with the ENCA Heritage Trail, which is approximately 1.5 mile of paved multi-use path. This greenway is funded through the NCDOT. $4.8 million was awarded to us for that project in 2018. Want to let you know that currently the North Carolina Department of Transportation has currently suspended all locally administered Division 13 Greenway projects. We are in Division 13. This is one of those projects that has been suspended at this time. We've not been given a date or a time which we'll be able to resume. But want to let you know that the consultant team had previously reached 25% design Again, this was pre-Helene, that design. We were ready to submit plans for review to the NCDOT. We had a meeting with the Anka Partners. A large portion of this trail goes through the Anka Partners land, where we were discussing the proposed alignment through the ballpark. And at that time, the Anka Partners had presented us with a new condition to allow the easement for that trail, looking for paved parking lots at the ballpark. And then also let us know that at that time, the Anka Partners had applied for the TDA funds in order to be able to obtain that pavement at that process at that time.
I have a
Yeah, go ahead.
a question there, please. When you say new condition, can you elaborate? That implies that there have been other conditions.
Yes, previously, in working with Anka Partners, we funded $1 million for the lighting at the ballpark over there. So that was one of our collaborations, working with them, and then just having conversation about how we can work through an easement agreement, looking at different alignments. And so we've arranged a few of our alignments based on what would be most convenient for their location.
So I'm just curious, do we have something in writing with them? Because it concerns me when new conditions keep coming up with a project. So do we have something in writing with the Inca partners around the Greenway?
We do not have any type of a binding contract in writing with them for an easement. That's where we're trying to get to.
Did you have something else to share?
No, I said since 2018, 2019, we've been working towards getting that easement agreement and getting an agreement in place to do this work.
Okay, I'll just say, I mean, it concerns me that new conditions keep coming up with that. Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Yep, no problem. Another portion, another section that we're currently working on right now is as part of phase 2, we are currently working on turfing and lighting at the Buncombe County Sports Park. We're looking at 4 different fields for turfing and 3 of those fields for lighting. Just so that you know, we are only currently looking at lighting 3 of the 4 fields because the top field is currently pretty close to the neighbors, and so we're trying to be good neighbors by not allowing for lighting at this time until they can further get those lights to a point that would be acceptable for neighbors. The project status for that is that we are currently in planning and design right now with that, as I said, with CDC as the contractor for that. We're hoping that by the spring of 2025 that design will be complete, and we will go out for an RFP for construction in late spring. It'll take some time to do review and award bidding for that, and then we expect that construction will take 12 to 18 months with an expected completion date of those fields in the spring of 2026. Again, I'm sure that you all are aware that we have lost 4 turfed fields in the county as a result of the loss of JBL, and so this is very important for our community to be able to move forward with some of these activities. So, let's see here. The Parks Department applied for an Accessible Parks Grant, and we're very proud to say that we are awarded that grant through the Division of Parks and Recreation and the NC Parks and Recreation Trust Fund. The scope of that work was to provide Buncombe County Parks and Recreations, our department's first accessible park and playground with a universal design for the accessible playground surface, elements for various abilities, and improved drainage. There's some issues that are out there. This universal design allows people of all varying abilities to be able to participate in that playground and work together playing out in the area over there. So the grant award that we received was the maximum amount of $500,000. This grant match is a 1 to 5, so it is 1 local dollar funds per every $5 of grant funds. Matching funds of $200,000 would be required from the county. It is already currently budgeted in the budget as we speak right now. But the most important thing for you to know, the reason that we're in front of you today with this is that the funds serve as a matching for the TPDF funding that we have already accepted and are in the process of using. And so those TPDF funds that I described, that $4 million plus, we are required to have a dollar for dollar match. And so by accepting this grant, we'll be having $500,000 additional towards that matching fund, which is critical for us at this point. So I'm here in front of you today to ask for a motion to accept the Accessible Parks Grant Award of $500,000 to build a fully accessible playground at the Buncombe County Sports Park, and then a motion to approve a budget amendment for $500,000 grant award. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Is the playground going to be as psychedelic as those pictures imply?
We are certainly going to be aiming for that.
Okay, that's great. Great answer. Okay.
The question I have, Allison, did we have any damage as a result of Helene out there?
We did have some downed trees and debris. Fortunately, we were able to get up and going pretty quickly. We did also have flooding that occurred at the lower fields. Fields 6 and 7 are in the floodplain, and so those fields did flood, as well as our volleyball courts. And we did have quite extensive damage to the fencing down in those areas. But we were able to keep fields 1, 2, and 8, which are those turf fields, up and going, and there's been no effect to the lighting in that area as well.
And just to be completely clear, this is money already allocated, already ready to go.
Correct.
And now we're just leveraging the maximum 1-to-5 ratio you talked about.
Correct.
Perfect. Does it have to be 2 motions, or can it be 1?
I'm sorry?
Does it have to be 2 motions, or can it just be 1? I'm asking you, Avril.
I don't know.
Point of order.
We can do it one.
Perfect.
Okay.
I'll move that we accept the Accessible Parks Grant and move to approve the budget amendment for the same.
Second.
All right, motion made by Moore, seconded by Ball. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. We have one more agenda item this evening, and we do have several appointments to boards and commissions. We have 2 reappointments to the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council.
I'm happy to make this motion. Avril, I did want to catch one thing, because this is one of the few things we can't negotiate on. This says Andy Bobaski's employer is Backers. You know what that is? So the DA representative has to be from the DA's office. So I don't know Andy personally, otherwise I'd just make the motion. But if that person doesn't work for the DA's office, I want to make sure that we're clear on why we're appointing them on behalf of Todd's office.
Oh. Great question.
Do you have an answer?
It's a good question.
Can we skip that one and we'll bring you an answer back on that?
That sounds great. I don't know if he's a former employee who just wanted to get back on, but we can find a different spot. I just don't want to appoint him to the DA rep role unless he's properly on there.
Do we want to make the one appointment and then come back to Andy? Okay, go for
I'll
that.
move that we appoint Kokima Hines, reappoint Kokima Hines to her role on JCPC.
A second.
Moore, Horton, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, and that passes unanimously. We have a Library Advisory Board reappointment, Leanne Smith. A motion to reappoint.
So move.
Whitesides made the motion, seconded by Sloan. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, one last announcement. The next briefing and regular meeting will be held on February 4th in the Commission Chambers, right where we are, starting at 3 p.m. Thank you all for hanging in there. We appreciate it. Have a great night. We are adjourned.